Okay, let's do this shit. Finally, after like a month of like no activity what's so goddamn ever. So, yeah, we need to get some work done. Well, not work, but we need to get some stuff out. And that requires work. So, let's do her, shall we? Okay, hopefully I am hearable. I see the mic was on, so I should probably check to see if it's going to the right settings, because there was an update, so updates tend to screw me up. Let's see, audio. Speaker, yep, that is correct. Okay, so we're good. Hello, Izzy? I know, I'm back after like a while, so, God, I need to shave. Okay, anyways. Alright, starting recording for Chapter 25, The Peaks of Serenity. Ganyu's original home had... Okay, first things first, we need to do this thing. Boom. Get the 6 seconds of, like, blank audio. Right there somewhere, I'd say. Ganyu's original home had been very hard to get to, being hidden away from the world by the use of ancient Chilan seals, and could only be accessed by said species. That could only be accessed by said species. Alright. The first seal, use of ancient Chilan seals, and could only be accessed by said species. Okay, pull that back. Chilan seals, that could only be accessed by said species. We'll worry about that later. The first seal had been against the face of a mountain just north of Mount. And yes, I did struggle a little bit because I'm still rusty. The first seal had been against the face of a mountain just north of Mount Hulao, having been covered by overgrowth of vegetation and being very faded by years of torment from the weather. Okay. However, Ganyu had found and accessed the hidden pathway as if it were common knowledge to her. Listen to one more time. Ganyu had found and accessed the hidden pathway as if it were common knowledge. Ganyu had found and accessed the hidden pathway as if it were common knowledge to her. I got it. The seal having opened to a long cave littered with overgrown plants that radiated an icy blue glow that matched Ganyu's hair. That was a hard line. The seal having opened to a long cave littered with overgrown plants that radiated an icy blue glow that matched Ganyu's hair color perfectly. No. The seal having opened to a long cave littered with overgrowth. The seal having opened to a long cave littered with overgrown plants that radiated. Get ready for a lot of screw-ups. The seal having opened to a long cave littered with overgrown plants that radiated an icy blue glow. The seal having opened to a long cave littered with overgrown plants that radiated an icy blue glow. I don't know why I struggled with that so badly. Okay, that. This thing? Radiated that. So right here. Guys, I'm in a little bit more than that. Gotta make sure I get the right pieces. About right there, I'd say. Alright, let's do something like that, see what happens. Plants that radiated an icy blue glow that matched Ganyu. Oh, for fuck's sake, me. The seal having opened to a long cave littered with overgrown plants that radiated an icy blue glow that matched that. It was just a long line. That matched Ganyu's hair color perfectly. There we go. I'm not comfortable with that. Oh shit. Why do I have to be such a perfectionist? Okay, let's see. Where am I going here? Probably a noise interruption right there. Okay, let's just kind of scoot this back about right here. The seal having opened to a long cave littered with overgrown plants that radiated an icy. The seal having opened to a long cave littered with overgrown plants that radiated an icy blue glow. I don't know why I struggled so badly, but that line just kept tripping me up. That radiated right there. Work. Cave littered with overgrown plants that radiated an icy blue glow that matched Ganyu's hair color perfectly. There. It was unlike anything Kuching had ever witnessed. The cave having led them to a forest that mimicked the cave having led them to a forest that mimicked the same icy blue color that mimicked the same blue coloration. The cave having led them to a forest that mimicked the same icy blue color that mimicked the same blue coloration. It revealed a path that mimicked. Ouch. I need to zoom in a little bit. Let me tell you what, guys, this fucking year has just been my worst enemy. First the gout, then the devs. Well, first came the deaths, one of the deaths. Then came the toe. Then came another death. And my toe is still being an asshole. But we're slowly but surely going to get taken care of. Kuching had ever witnessed, the cave having led them to a forest that mimicked the same blue coloration. It revealed a path that led them deeper into the land. The second seal having been the second seal having been the next obstacle to pass. The second seal having been the next obstacle to pass. There we go. The second seal having been the next obstacle to pass. Okay, what is that? Jesus Christ. Once again, Ganyu had passed the ancient lock as if it were nothing, and had allowed them to proceed into a new place that seemed alien. Okay. There were trees that were contorted and twisted with healthy green leaves, bushes that were littered with berries that grew the same blue light, and straight ahead was a ring of mountains with one entrance at the front. Thin hair-like strands hung from the outer faces of the peaks, glowing, and straight ahead was a ring of mountains with one entrance at the front. Okay. Thin hair-like strands hung from the outer faces of the peaks, glowing the same cold light as the vegetation in the first cave. Fucking mouth noise, man. It's one of the worst things about being a narrator. Anything to do with voice work. Hung from the outer faces of the peaks, glowing the same cold light as the vegetation in the first cave, and upon getting closer, the long branches that grew from the outer faces. I remember this was a pain in the fucking ass. I don't know why this line was just troubling me, but it troubled me. The long branches that grew from the outer faces adorned large pods that resembled canopies. Jesus. They were decrepit at this point, but it was in no doubt a beautiful sight. The views before Ganyu's eyes starting to stir up memories that had long been forgotten. Pull that back. The views before Ganyu's eyes. A beautiful sight. The views before Ganyu's eyes, starting to stir up memories that had long been forgotten. Yeah, I can always reposition that. It's not that big of a deal. Okay. It's been a while since I've been at the mic. It's all coming back to me. She said in... Pull that back. It's all coming back to me. She said in wonder, raising her arm to the sky and pointing... Pull that back. She said in wonder, raising her arm to the sky and pointing out towards something. That pod up there. No. That pod up there. That was mine. My mother would let me sleep in her. No. In her? What the fuck? That pod up there. That... Wait, hang on. That pod... Yep, that's good. That pod up there. That was mine. My mother would let me sleep with her. My mother would let me sleep with her in it every night, seeing I commonly... Can you pull that back? My mother would let me sleep with her in it every night. That was mine. My mother would... Nope, pull that back. We got too much. It's too close. About right there, I'd say. My mother would let me sleep with her in it every night, seeing I commonly had bad dreams. She'd hum some lullaby. She's a very breathy freaking voice, so yeah, I run out of breath very fast. She'd hum some lullaby. I lost my place. She'd hum some lullaby to help me sleep, and before I knew it, she'd hum some lullaby to help me sleep, And before I knew it, it was morning again. Okay, let that fucker go by. Okay, I don't think there's any other voice lines. I need a drink. Nope. Kuching smiled at her beloved's precious memory, happy that Ganyu was... Hang on. I need to give that some more space. That right there, I'd say. Kuching smiled at her beloved's precious memory, happy that Ganyu was starting to recollect a time where she was free and innocent without a care in the world. Ganyu was in a trance of remembrance unlike any other, continuing to speak of a past that she'd buried thousands of years ago. Like any other, continuing to... Gotta get that some more space. Right there, I'd say. Remembrance unlike any other, continuing to speak of a past that she'd buried thousands of years ago. Those berries. They're called firefly berries because of how easy they are to mistake for one. Oh boy, firefly, huh? Those berries. They're called firefly berries because of how easy they are to mistake for one. She continued, walking over and picking one from the bush. They were my favorite thing to eat. Hold that back. Walking over and picking one from the bush. They were my favorite thing to eat because they taste sweet, but are very healthy for a Qilin. She plopped the luminescent fruit into... Wait, what? Let's see something. But are very healthy for a Qilin. I'm gonna cut that. Because they taste sweet. She plopped the luminescent fruit... I need to push that out a little bit more. About right. There. She plopped the luminescent fruit into her mouth and immediately smiled upon tasting her favorite childhood snack. She started to remember when she'd sneak off during... She started to remember when she'd sneak off during sleeping hours to savor her taste buds with them, up until she got caught by her mother. It was a silly memory that followed up with when she and the other... It was a silly memory that followed up with when she and the other young Qilin would go off to pick them and bring them back to the main village. It was a... Okay, before I forget, I need to save. So this might take a second. Oh, shit, right. Project... WIP. Work in progress. For those who don't understand, so we're just gonna wait for that to save real quick. Also, while it's still on my mind, I want to really thank everyone for, the support that's come on the channel as of late. My God, my subscriber rate went up big time, and we're on the way to the Big 10. That's gonna be a day. That is definitely gonna be a day, because I never thought that I would achieve something like this ever. Not to mention the love that's come to the last edition of this story in particular. Like, this story has gotten a lot of attention, and I really do appreciate the people, sharing and liking it, because it is a lot of work. It's just as much work as any of the pony stuff, but yeah, it's still a lot of work. Not to mention, it's really challenging for me. But I like a challenge. Oopsie. I like a challenge because it really tests my limits. It really tests and opens my mind to more possibilities of voice actor and narrator, for that matter. Like in this story, I've had to do so many different voices. Like my voice can only go so far, but yeah, it's really testing my ability as a voice actor. Like ever since the release of the remake of Reborn, I've really put a lot more like confidence in my voice acting because, good God, that one scene, that'll bring a tear to your eye. I made it sound legitimate, and that's. I mean, I really think I've just gotten better at what I considered my greatest weakness because I really think I've gotten stronger at, doing it. How? I don't know. Just experience, I guess. Like doing more stories that have like sadder scenes in them and getting the experience and stuff. I just feel because how I do those scenes is I just kind of close my eyes and just kind of imagine myself as the character in that scenario and just do my best to, capture the emotion. So I hope I really put the emotion to this as well, because this one has a lot of those kinds of scenes. Alright, let's continue. It was a silly memory that followed up with when she and the other young Qilin would go off to pick them and to bring them back to the main village. From there, the adults would make a jelly out of them and serve it on vasca leaves that grew from the trees of life. And serve it on vasca leaves that grew from the trees of life. And serve it on vasca leaves that grew from the trees of life.
I think I got a little problem.
Ganyu's favorite dish and guilty pleasure as a child, seeing eating too much could have... Seeing vasca leaves that grew from the trees of life. Ganyu's favorite dish and guilty pleasure as a child, seeing eating too much could have... Seeing eating too much could cause obesity. Something that she had to vasca leaves. Seeing eating too much could cause a child. Seeing eating too much could cause obesity. Something that she had to fix by going on grueling hikes from the bottom of Something she had to fix by going on grueling hikes from the bottom base of Mount Hulao all the way to the very top peak.
I do not know why I could not say this goddamn sentence, but I couldn't. Oh God.
Something that she had to fix by going on grueling hikes from the bottom of something.
Okay, hang on. Let me figure this out real quick.
Something she had to fix by going on grueling...
I see where the word is. Right here.
Something she had to fix by going on grueling hikes from the bottom base of Mount Hulao all the way to the... base of Mount Hulao all the way to the very top peak. A tread that took all day and had Ganyu's body back into shape after 5 times. A tread that took all day and had Ganyu's body back into shape after 5 times. She turned to Kuching, body back into shape after.
That's a bit of a plosive. I should probably fix that. Let's see, we need a clue on that one.
Excuse me. Had Ganyu's body back into shape after 5 times.
There we go.
She turned to Kuching and stated something that she felt was only fitting as her lover. Do you want to try one, my love? No. Do you want to try one, my love?
Okay, pull that back.
Do you want to try one, my love? Kuching jumped.
Very hard voice to control. It's very like whispery, so there's very little voice to it. It's like a very whispery voice.
Kuching jumped, feeling as if eating a food that was sacred to the Qilin was taboo. Are you sure it's okay? She answered.
What the fuck was that?
Are you sure it's okay?
It like bleeped out for a fucking split second.
Are you sure it's okay? She answered, I wouldn't want to. Are you sure it's okay?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a interruption there. Let me look at the wavelength.
Are you sure it's okay? You sure it's okay? Are you sure it's okay?
Hang on. Let me see if I can fix this. This is annoying, to say the least. Let's see if I can just separate that.
Are you sure it's okay? Are you sure?
If I can get rid of that little dippet right there, maybe that might fix the problem. I think it's because of the S.
Are you sure it's okay? Are you sure?
Let me give that some more room.
Are you sure it's okay? Are you sure it's okay?
Why does this always happen to me? It's Audacity being a butt. God, I hate when this happens.
Are you sure it's okay?
I don't like it. Don't know why it came out like that, but...
Are you sure it's okay? Are you...
I think it's the thing that's driving me crazy. This part. Oh, wow. Not that close. Yeah, that little part.
Are you sure it's okay?
Okay, now we're starting to get somewhere. If I can get that to just shut up. Let's see if this might work. Fade out.
Are you sure it's okay? Are you sure it's okay? Are you sure it's okay?
Hang on. I gotta fix something here. What is that? Let's see if that might work.
Are you sure it's okay? Are you sure it's okay?
Hang on.
Are you sure it's okay?
There's something right there that's driving me absolutely nuts. Okay, let's pull that back now.
Are you sure it's okay? Are you sure it's okay?
I think it's just a little too abrupt. I think I need to give this a bit of I don't know. Let's do a fade in and see if that might help.
Are you sure it's okay? Are you sure it's okay? She answered.
That is not bad. Because with the fade out, or not fade out, with the EQ and the noise gate and all that lovely stuff, I think it's going to fix it.
Are you sure it's okay?
I think the U needs to be fixed though. So the fade in on the S is definitely working. Let me see something.
Are you sure it's okay?
I think it's this part right here. This is what's bothering me, controller.
Are you sure it's okay?
See if this might work.
Are you sure it's okay?
That's too abrupt.
Sure.
God, this is so fucking annoying. Let's see if that might work.
Are you sure it's okay? Are you
this part right here is kind of annoying me as well. So I think we do gotta take that out. So if I were to do something like that and go fade out, maybe that might work.
Are you sure it's okay? Are you sure it's okay?
Something's not right here. Is it the damn S? I think it's the S. Re-recording this would just be easier.
Are you sure it's okay? Are you sure it's okay? She answered.
I think it's this part right here that's driving me crazy.
Are you sure it's okay? She answered.
I'm just gonna retake the damn thing. It's fine, it's fine. It's a quick little doozy. Are you sure it's okay? Okay. Are you sure it's okay? Are you sure it's okay? There we go. Okay, now I just need to do something like this. We need what am I looking for? Noise reduction. Get noise profile. I see someone in the chat. Hang on. Control A, Control R. Okay, which take do I like best? Is the question. Are you sure it's okay? Are you sure it's okay? That's a good one. I'll take that. I'll take that. Oh, god damn it. No. Control C. Lower this. Control V. And there we go. Hello, Primordial One. Alright. Back to work.
And it was taboo.
Are you sure it's okay?
She answered.
That's good.
I wouldn't want to offend any of your kind by doing so. Ganyu giggled lightly, finding her beloved's reasoning fair, but she also knew it wasn't anything forbidden.
I remember I had a little trouble with this one, not because of anything to do with the, like the line itself. It was just a fucking blah.
No. No. I lost my place, god damn it.
Oh, hey, Tsukushima. I lost my place.
You won't offend anyone. You won't offend. You won't offend any of my kind. Don't forget, you're my beloved. Therefore, your family.
That's actually not a bad take. I'm actually proud of myself for that one. Like I've said a million times before, you know, sometimes the take doesn't sound right when you're recording, but when you listen back to it, it sounds good. This has happened several times. Okay, that's a giggle.
You won't offend any of my kind. Don't forget, you're my beloved. Therefore, your family. Kuchin couldn't argue with that. She was Ganyu's most trusted and loved companion, so that made her one of her own kind. So that made her one of her own kind, even if she wasn't actually. So that made her one of her own kind, even if she wasn't.
Pull it back.
Even if she wasn't actually a Qilin. However, she trusted Ganyu, so she felt safe to accept the offer.
Okay, I'm not sure what that was all about.
All right. No. All right. I trust you.
Okay, pull that back a little bit.
All right. I trust you. Kuching agreed, to which Ganyu followed by picking one of the small fruits from the bush and...
Give that a little bit more space. Oh, shit. I gotta do this. About right there. Control C. Okay, now we need to go back again. Did not mean to do that. That'll work.
Kuching agreed, to which Ganyu followed by picking one of the small fruits from the bush and handing it to her lover.
Okay.
Kuching accepted the offering and stuck the tree into her mouth.
Okay, hang on. I need to pull that back a little bit. Right about there.
To her lover. Kuching accepted the offering and stuck the tree into her mouth. Once she bit down and the fruit's inner juices adorned her taste buds, she immediately fell in love with the flavor. Upon splitting open the snack, a cool essence overrode her senses. A cool essence overrode her senses, the sensation being similar to a cool feeling that a mint leaf causes upon chewing it. Following the cold burst, a sweetness graced her entire oral cavity.
Pull that back.
A sweetness graced her entire oral cavity, causing her to jolt at the taste and continuing to chew the delicious Qilin delicacy.
That was a tricky line. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a part that's more like straight from my imagination, not really something that's canon by any means.
That was hard to say for some reason. Once she'd grinded the berry to a paste, she gulped it down and turned to Ganyu.
Okay, pull that back.
Once she'd grinded the berry to a paste, she gulped it down and...
That's a little teensy bit of a plosive.
Once she'd grinded the berry to a paste, she gulped it down and turned to Ganyu with a giddy...
Why does that... Why? I swear. We need... EQ. Boom. Okay, there we go.
The berry to a paste. She gulped it down and turned to Ganyu with a giddy smile. She gulped it down and turned to Ganyu with a giddy smile. She berry to a paste. She gulped it down and turned to Ganyu with a giddy smile.
Save. Alright, now that we're saved.
That was quite the experience, she commented, causing Ganyu to giggle. Delicious, isn't it? Ganyu replied. Very. Thank you for allowing me to eat something precious to your kind. No need to thank me. Whatever is part of my Adeptus heritage is now a part of you, my love.
That's such a hard
Kuching
line.
blushed at the comment, walking up to Ganyu
voice.
and pecking her lightly on the cheek. Ganyu giggled at the sentiment, returning back to the task at hand. That's Ganyu. All right. All right. All right. That's enough messing around for now. Let's get back to what we came here for. Kuching nodded, to which Ganyu answered by turning back to the main path and leading Kuching...
Plosive. Where'd you go?
Turning back to the main path...
Right there. Boom. Okay.
Turning back to the main path and leading Kuching further... Why? And leading Kuching... I lost my place again. And leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance.
Money.
By turning back to the main path and leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance.
Nope. Hold it back just a little bit more than that.
To the main path and leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance.
That'll work.
Upon passing the opening to the inner center of the rounded mountains, a view of melancholy and dread came into view. Homes, skeletons, remnants of what was once a bustling utopia of gracious and calm beasts in shambles. A sight that immediately
pull that back.
A sight that immediately attacked Ganyu's heart and caused the painful memories of her a sight that immediately
Come on, thank you. Delete.
A sight that immediately attacked Ganyu's heart and caused the painful memories of her last day there to replay. Tears immediately filled her eyes upon noticing one specific skeleton that she knew the identity of, the one that had kept her and her mother safe from assured death. Her father. The day of the attacks started to play out before her eyes, causing her to cry mildly. Kuching immediately comforted her beloved.
Pull that back.
Kuching immediately comforted her beloved, remembering the night that Ganyu had told the very event that had caused the very remnants before her eyes. She put her left hand on Ganyu's right shoulder and rubbed it lightly in love and assurance that she was there to mourn with her. Ganyu accepted the sentiment, allowing her emotions to escape her in relief.
Pull that back.
This was something she had needed to confront for centuries, and now
Pull that back.
She finally had. While it hurt like hell, it felt so good to cry out the trauma of her past. Finally, she could leave the past behind and not worry about having those nightmares anymore. After a good amount of time, Ganyu finally wiped her eyes and took a deep breath. I can finally sleep peacefully without guilt, she said with relief. Thank you, Father, for keeping Mom and I safe that day. It's been hard, but I finally found happiness in love and friendship with my beloved Kuching after centuries of pain and loss. I can't breathe. But I finally found happiness in love and friendship with my beloved Kuching after centuries of pain and loss. But I finally found happiness in love and friendship with my beloved Kuching after centuries of pain and loss. She turned to Kuching with a smile. Okay. She turned to Kuching with a smile and addressed the next step of their reason for coming here. Better get rid of those. Okay. Pull that back. And address the next step of their reason for coming here. Oh, I just retook it. Pull that back. And address the next step of their reason for coming here. Okay. Come on. The next thing I need to retrieve isn't far. Okay, pull that back. Come on. The next thing I need to retrieve isn't far. Okay. Kuching nodded in understanding, starting forward with her beloved. However, after taking a few steps, something made them stop dead in their tracks. That essence... It can't be. No. A voice spoke from among the ruins. Let me listen to one more time. That essence... It can't be. A voice spoke from among the ruins.
It'll work.
The voice being mature and motherly. Ganyu gasped at the voice, knowing immediately who had spoken.
Pull that back.
Ganyu gasped at the voice, knowing immediately who had spoken. There's no way. That possibly can't be. No, that is her mother. There's no way. There's no way. That possibly can't be. That possibly can't be. There's no way. That possibly can't be. There's no way. That possibly can't be. From out of the ruins, a lady with long icy blue hair and a pair of long horns stepped out into the light, every aspect of her mirroring Ganyu perfectly. She was tall, had a mild amount of wrinkles around her. She was tall, had a mild amount of wrinkles around her eyes.
Hang on.
Ganyu perfectly. She was tall, had a mild amount. She was tall, had a mild amount of wrinkles around her eyes, and used a cane to walk. There was no doubt who she was, and it became all the more apparent upon her eyes beginning to water with tears. My daughter, my little Ganyu.
I was trying not to
my daughter,
pop. Like,
my little Ganyu.
This was hard.
She spoke, causing Ganyu to immediately begin to cry again. I'm
trying, like, I don't know where the freaking accent came from.
My daughter, my little Ganyu.
Like, this voice was all over the place because I didn't really practice one prior. Let me listen to that just one more time. Where did it go? Right here?
That possibly can't be.
Yeah, they're like two different types of voices. So I may have to retake those. Okay, let me see here.
That essence.
Yeah, that's not the right voice. So the right voice is like kind of, like, how do I put this? It's high, but it's smooth. It's almost kind of like a Fluttershy kind of sort of voice. Congratulations, you get to see me do more live work. Woo! Alright, let's do this. Maybe. Oh, I'm in a smaller window. That's what's going on here. Move this over a little bit. I am finally into the Sumeru arc. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Man. Stay away from Reina. I'm telling you right now, stay away. The girl that you meet on the road, yeah, stay away. Otherwise, you are going to hate life. Okay. I need to first... Let's see. There it is. Okay, now I gotta figure it out. That essence, it can't be something like that. I don't know. Okay, I need my phone. That essence, it can't be. No, that essence, it can't be. Okay. There's no way. That possibly can't be. There's no way. It possibly can't be. No, that possibly can't be. There's no way. That possibly can't be. I don't know. I'm thinking about making it a hive mind kind of thing. So the longer we are, you're not far from the truth. Spoken. I think that's supposed to be Ganyu. Yeah, that's Ganyu. That's much easier. Okay. My daughter. Okay. So let me do this line as well. I should not have stopped that. Okay, we're trying to stick to the one voice. My daughter. My little Ganyu. Something like that. Okay. Yeah, I had to add the cutesy wootsy stuff in there as well. That essence. It can't be. No. That essence. It can't be. That's nice. I like that. Okay. Okay, let's grab that. Oh, I need to do something first. Let's go Control A, Control R. Alright, where did you go? Right here? That essence. It can't be. Okay, there we go. Okay. Control C. Is that it? Yes. That essence. It can't be. Okay. Then I think the other line is supposed to actually be Ganyu. I wasn't really sure, but now that I look at it, it seems like it's supposed to be that. There's no way. That possibly can't be. Ooh. Hang on, let me listen to that one more time. There's no way. That possibly can't be. If I just do something like this and lower the pitch a little bit, I think it's gonna sound just like her. Alright, change pitch. Lower it about maybe 2. There's no way. That possibly can't be. That kind of sounds like Ganyu. There's no way. That possibly can't be. Hang on. Let me figure this out. Ganyu gasped at the voice, knowing immediately who had spoken. There's no way. That possibly can't be. Okay. From out of the ruins, a lady with long... I like that. That fits better. Okay, save project. Ganyu gasped at the voice, knowing immediately who had spoken. Alright. There's no way. From out of the ruins, a lady with long icy blue hair and a pair of long... My daughter. My little Ganyu. I like I'm going Sunset's grandmother there. That's Sunset's grandmother. Like that's 100% like Sunset's grandmother from Savior. My daughter. My little Ganyu. Okay. First things first. Turn the fuck down. -2. Let's see if that might work. Look, I have to imagine this with like all the music and stuff in the background as well. Let's see if that might work. That essence. It can't be. Yep, that sounds pretty damn close. She spoke, causing Ganyu to immediately begin to cry again, rushing forward and embracing her mother with love and emotion unlike any other. Ganyu bawled like a baby. This is something I want to see too. Like, where is Ganyu's mother? And father, for that matter. Any other. And more importantly, she's half human, half Adeptus. So, was she conceived badly? Like, you know what I'm talking about. Was her mother like, you know, that word? And she had Ganyu as a hybrid, like, being? I don't know. Or is it like Zhan Yun, where she has a choice, where she can either take human form or she can go Qilin form? Like with that quest line, with Color Retainer's quest, it answered a lot of fucking questions.
Any other. Ganyu bawled like a baby, having never expected to see her mother ever again in her life. But here she was, alive and well. The elderly Qilin just embraced her child with unadulterated love and comfort, completely bewildered that her only child had returned there. Completely bewildered that her only child had returned there. Shh. It's okay, sweetheart. She comforted emotionally. Mommy's here. Mommy's here. Always.
Okay. I think I see something that needs to be done here.
Mommy's...
Okay. Because this was it's tricky to act emotional and keep the voice. It's really hard. Change pitch. Let's go. Hello.
Mommy's here. Mommy's here. Always.
A little bit more than that.
Mommy's here. Mommy's here. Always.
That's better. That's much better. Yeah, it's like a Fluttershy almost kind of voice. Kind of fits that.
Shh. It's okay, sweetheart. She comforted emotionally. Mom. It's okay, sweetheart.
Yep, much better.
Ganyu just continued to cry, embracing a reunion she had longed for so long. She was in her mother's arms again, warm and safe after over 3,000 years. Kuching just let the two be, just as amazed by the sudden unexpected encounter. Really?
Oh.
I'm gonna redo that. From Kuching, where did you go? Kuching just let...
Yeah, I didn't trust it. Let's pull that back.
Kuching just let the two be, just as amazed by the sudden unexpected encounter as Ganyu. She thought that all of the Qilin were dead except for her beloved.
Pull that back.
She thought that all of the Qilin were dead except for her beloved. But now it was possible that more lived with this discovery.
Pull that back.
But now it was possible that more lived with this discovery. The two embraced one another for a long time, up until they finally released each other's hold. Up until they finally released their hold on one another and looked into each other's eyes. Up until they finally released their hold on one another and looked into each other's eyes. Mother and daughter were together again, and it was all because of fate. Look at you. No. Look at you. Ganyu's mother stated. Look at you. Ganyu's mother stated. You grew into such a beautiful lady after all these years. No doubt you have your mother's looks.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to probably pitch all of this. Which isn't a bad thing to do.
Look at you.
That's better. Yep, that's much better.
You grew into such a beautiful lady after all these years. No doubt you have your mother's looks. No, that's too Ganyu.
It was.
You grew into such a beautiful lady after all these years. No doubt you have your mother's looks.
Okay, the retake I don't need. Now, I think we're good.
No, that's too Ganyu. Higher voice. No. Look at you. Ganyu's mother stated, "You grew into such a beautiful lady after all these years."
What is this?
No doubt you have your mother's looks. Ganyu giggled at the compliment.
Let me give that a little bit more space. Yeah, you're not far from the truth about the whole Sumeru problem. You are definitely not far from the truth. I immediately saw the Akasha terminal as a horrible idea because basically you're allowing personal information into anybody's mind. That's horrible. Oh boy, wait until you just get to Fontaine. Wait, just wait. I'm telling you, it is amazing. Also, if you don't play Honkai Star Rail, oh man, you are missing out on a lot. Especially if you like my content. Because Penacony is dark as hell. Penacony is dark as hell. Like, I consider Honkai Star Rail not only a better game because of the reward system and all that shit, but also better in terms of storytelling. Like, I was very hesitant on, like, saying that at first because, well, we weren't really sure on the story. But Penacony opens up a whole different can of worms. Like, it makes it into such a better story. Like, Penacony lived up to its hype. It was 100% on point. Like, I love Penacony. I don't like the exploration. Don't get me wrong about that. I don't like the exploration. Mainly because getting the chests and stuff like that is a pain in the ass. Because you have to walk up on the walls and everything. But the story, holy crap.
No doubt you have your mother's looks. Ganyu giggled at the compliment, just allowing her mother to talk to her. No, just allowing her mother to talk to her. I can't believe you're here, Mom.
Alright.
Ganyu giggled at the compliment, just allowing her mother to talk to her. No, just allowing her mother to talk to her.
Stop! God.
Ganyu giggled at the compliment, just allowing her mother to
Nope. Let's do something like this. This is going to be such a hard patch in Honkai Star Rail for me because, oh boy. Sparkle took everything for me.
Ganyu giggled at the compliment, just allowing her mother to talk to her. I can't believe you're here, Mom. I've missed you so much. I can't believe you're here, Mom.
Let's go with these takes because they add more emotion to them.
I can't believe you're here, Mom. I've missed you so much. And I have missed you too, sweetheart. I never thought this day would come. But you have made it. You have made it back to your home.
Okay, pitch. For some reason, I keep going the Sunset Grandmother route. I don't know why.
And I have missed you too, sweetheart. I never thought this day would come. But you have made it. You have made it back to your home.
It works.
Ganyu wiped her eyes again, jumping at the sudden realization that she had yet to introduce her beloved.
Pull it back.
Jumping at the sudden realization that she had yet to introduce her beloved. Oh, Mom, let me introduce you to someone very special to me. She stated sheepishly.
You fucking asshole.
Jumping at the...
What's this one? God, whoever put the home and delete button next to each other, I hate you.
She stated sheepishly. This is my partner and beloved Kuching. No, this is my partner and beloved... This is my partner and beloved Kuching. The elder-eyed Kuching with... The elder-eyed...
Why?
The elder-eyed Kuching with judgmental eyes. After all, she was a human. The very species that had nearly eradicated the entire... No. The very species that had nearly eradicated the entire Qilin race. Ganyu grew worried at her mother's expression and demeanor, scared that she might attack. However, she didn't pounce or say anything negative, only smiled. Greetings, dear. Greetings, dear. Greetings, dear. She greeted. My name is Rajora. My name is Rajora. I'm Ganyu's mother.
Oh god, this is gonna be fun. It's alright, it's not a big of a deal.
Greetings, dear. My name is Rajora. I'm Ganyu's mother. My name is Rajora. I'm Ganyu's mother.
It works.
Ganyu was bewildered, but she was also relieved that her mother had accepted Kuching with open arms. I do apologize if I scared you for a second. I was simply reading your... I do apologize if I scared you for a second. I was simply reading your soul and saw that you are someone with a pure heart. Therefore, I have no reason to judge you harshly. I do apologize if I scared you for a second. I was simply reading your soul and saw that you are someone with a pure heart. Therefore, I have no reason to judge you harshly.
Hang on. What if I were to bring that down a little bit? Let's see. Pitch.
I do apologize if I scared you for a second. I do apologize if I scared you for a second. I was simply reading your soul and saw that you are someone with a pure heart. Therefore, I have no reason to judge you harshly. Thank you. Thank you? Kuching replied. Thank you? Kuching replied. It's a pleasure to meet you, Rajora. Ow. Rajora just smiled and bowed in acceptance, following with something that was expected. You must have so many questions, sweetie, so allow me to answer them over some tea. Rajora explained. Please, come with me. You must have so many questions, sweetie, so allow me to answer them over some tea. Please, come with me. Please, come with me. I just brewed a pot. Ganyu and...
Pull that back.
I just brewed a pot.
That'll work.
Ganyu and Kuching nodded and started to follow Rajora to wherever she'd taken up residency after that tragic day thousands of years ago. Pause.
Alright.
Oh, shit. Okay, that voice is going to be a tricky one to figure out.
Yep. Let's go about right about there.
The walk to Rajora's
Residence?
The walk to Rajora's residence had taken no more than 5 minutes. Really, asshole? The walk to Rajora's residence had taken no more than 5 minutes. The abode being nothing more than a small hut occupied by a handmade bed, teapot, and some spare clothes. It was sad to see someone so accepting and caring living so poorly, but it was clear she'd known how to outlast the years, given that she was still alive and kicking. Rajora had poured Kuching and Ganyu a cup of some kind of tea neither of them were familiar with. Seeing, as a child, Ganyu hadn't drunk much tea as she does now. No. Seeing, as a child, Ganyu hadn't drunk tea as much as she does now.
Hold that back.
Seeing, as a child, Ganyu hadn't drunk tea as
Excuse me.
familiar with. Seeing, as a child, Ganyu hadn't drunk tea as much as she does now. Drinking tea was more of an adult habit than a child's. So both of the lovers. Drinking tea was more of an adult habit than a child's. So both of the lovers had no idea what they were in for. Their server joined them on the wooden.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Hello, I can wear mask too?
Their server joined them on the wooden floor.
I'll be right back. I need to get a drink. Oh. Alright. Yeah, it's about that time. I'd say. Alright, keep going.
Their server joined them on the wooden floor, pouring herself her own cup carefully.
Let's see, pull that back.
Pouring herself her own cup carefully. She then sat the pot in the middle of the circle they'd formed, taking a subtle sip before starting her explanation on how she was somehow still alive. Okay.
Hold that back.
I suppose I should start from the beginning. The day I had to make the hardest decision that no mother should have to make.
Okay.
I lost my place.
Okay, pull that back.
Some thugs somehow got through the seals and attacked us with the sole intent of murder. We were drastically unprepared, believing that we were safe from outsiders. But I suppose fate had believing that we were safe from outsiders. But I suppose fate had different plans.
Hold that back.
But I suppose fate had different plans. We shifted into our beastly forms and took the offensive, but were surprisingly subdued quickly by our foe's tactics. Your father, Vitoris, stood his ground to protect us, but eventually, his body succumbed to the blows. Out of pure instinct, I knew what I had to do, even if it broke my heart. I turned to you and told you to run and not stop until you were safe.
Really, Ruger?
I turned to you.
Alright, I turned to you. Right here? Yep.
I turned to you and told you to run and not stop until you were safe. It hurts so much to watch my only child leave, but I knew you'd die if I didn't make that decision. As for what happened after, I transformed and attacked without any hesitation. I took some hits and suffered some wounds, but I aimed for their heads and tore them off as fast as possible. I was hoping to force them to retreat out of fear, and it worked. I'm gonna kill me a dog in about 5 fucking seconds. They left and never came back.
Where does the bark come in? Right there. Okay, I can get it out.
They left and never came back again, but the damage had already been done. But the damage had already been done. I attempted to heal your father back to health.
Oh, for God's sakes.
I'm gonna murder a dog. But the damage had already been done. I attempted to heal your father back to health. I'm gonna murder a dog. I attempted to heal your father back to health, but the wounds had been too much. I grieved majorly, having to tend to my own battle scars, which were mild in comparison. After I was healthy enough, I headed out to find you, but came up empty after centuries of... But came up empty after searching for... No. But came up empty after centuries of searching endlessly. But came up empty after centuries of searching endlessly. I never wanted to give up, but age began to take its toll on my body. I slowly lost my ability to walk normally, and if I stayed out too long searching, I'd become ill. And if I stayed out too long searching, I'd become ill. I'd become ill. I'm so... I'd become ill. I'm so sorry, Ganyu. But I had no choice but to stop for the sake of my own safety. I just hope you can forgive me. Ganyu shook her head, putting a hand on her mother's shoulder. Mother, you don't need to be sorry for... Her mother's shoulder. Mother, you don't need to be sorry for anything, she said sympathetically. You saved my life. It gave me a longer life to live. I've met so many good people, experienced so many amazing things, and have found happiness because of your decision that day. Please, quit blaming yourself. Please, quit blaming yourself. I'm here now. Please, quit blaming yourself. I'm here now, safe and happy to be with you again. I love you, and always will, and will never blame you for age making it impossible for you to have continued to search for me. And will never blame you for age. The fact you still wanted to look for me, despite your health, is enough for me to know. That you've always cared and only did what you thought was best for me. Is enough for me to know that you've always cared and only did what you thought was best for me.
We're hosting a craft show and I just bought this little cute brown mouse. He's now my companion. That's nice. Sounds like oh god. Mr. Jingles from the Green Mile.
Rajora wiped her eyes of her tears and met her daughter's gaze. A wave of relief suddenly came over her at her child's confirmation that she didn't blame her for anything. A relief she'd been searching for millennia. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, sweetheart.
I like the first take better.
You, sweetheart, she said with clear assurance, picking up and taking another sip from her teacup. Thank you, sweetheart, she said with clear assurance, picking up and taking another sip from her teacup. You do not know how much this means to me. I finally have clarity and can sleep peacefully at night. However, there lies the greatest curiosity in my mind. How did you find your way back here? You were much too young to know how to access the seals, so how did you break them without teachings from the elders?
Pull that back.
So how did you break them without teachings from the elders? Reality came back to Ganyu instantly, remembering why she had come here in the first place. Well, I recently had an epiphany. So...
Get rid of that.
Well, I recently had an epiphany, and in it, I learned how to do so. However, my reason for coming back wasn't to confront my However, my reason for coming back wasn't to confront my greatest demons, but to obtain something that can help me better my Qilin abilities. Rajora made an expression that clearly showed that she knew exactly what her daughter was talking about. Taking another sip and settling her cup off to the side. Taking another sip and setting her cup off to the side. Taking another sip and setting her cup off to the side.
Hang on, how much of a gap is that?
Talking about. Taking another sip and setting her cup off to the side.
Pull that back a little bit.
I see, and I understand. However, I must know what you'd need. However, I must know why you'd need something like that. However, I must know what you'd need something like that for. What you seek is a very sacred treasure and must only be used for certain reasons. Not to mention, while you are an adult now, do you believe you are ready for such a thing?
Excuse me.
The simple answer is that I'm...
Let's see. Do this. Pull this out a little bit more.
Now, do you believe you are ready for such a thing? The simple answer is that I must be ready, Mother, Ganyu stated sternly. This concerns the entire world, and unless our enemy is stopped, all of us will perish. Us will perish.
That is a plosive. I need to get that out. Let's see. We need that one.
All of us will perish. She followed up by explaining the entirety of what had happened since the night of Liyue Harbor's destruction, making sure to include every critical detail to convince her mother that she must let her do what she God fucking damn it. Making sure to include every critical detail to convince her mother that she must let her do what she'd come here to do. At the end of it, Rajora was shaken. Shocked that such things had become her daughter's reality. At the end of it, Rajora was shaken. Shocked that such things had become her daughter's reality. It hurt her heart, and that was enough to convince her. My daughter. enough to convince her. My daughter. No, my daughter. I am dearly sorry for everything that is...
Pull that back.
My daughter. I am dearly sorry for everything that has happened to you and your partner. Rajora stated. You've grown into such a responsible and strong lady, and I'm so proud of you for all you've done. This predicament means more than meets the This predicament meets more than the qualifications of what fucking dick swat and shit. This predicament more than meets the This predicament more than meets the qualifications of This predicament more than meets the qualifications of using what you seek. Therefore, I will take you to it and teach you how to use it. Thank you, Mother. Ganyu thanked, happy that her mother had not changed at all after so many years. Rajora got to her feet and stated one thing before taking off to fetch the treasure Ganyu.
Pull that back.
Not changed at all after so many years. Rajora got to her feet and stated one thing before taking off to fetch the treasure Ganyu needed to gain an advantage in her current reality. After you two finish your cups, I'll guide you to the greatest treasure of the Qilin race. She explained. If I may ask, what exactly is this thing? Kuchin cut in, her curiosity burning to know the identity of this ancient relic. Ganyu and Rajora's gazes met instantly, her beloved nodding her head as if to confirm something important.
Okay, bring that back.
Her beloved nodding her head as if to confirm something important. Her beloved nodding her head as if to confirm something important. Her beloved nodding her head. Her beloved nodding her head as if to confirm. Her beloved nodding her head as if to confirm something important. Ganyu's mother nodded back, turning to Kuching to confirm whatever she and her daughter had agreed to. The Talisman of Ascension. Rajora confirmed. The only thing that can unlock a Qilin's true potential. A delicate process that can be dangerous if the host is not ready. But I believe, given what I've heard, Ganyu is ready to ascend past her current potential. Kuching nodded her head in agreement. Then she and her beloved were left to finish their cups. It was a quiet 5 minutes of slowly sipping down the unique brew, both of them knowing what came next would be a challenge that only Ganyu could conquer with her strength and will as a Qilin. Break. Conquer with her strength and will as a Qilin. Break. Alright, let's see if that might work. Ganyu could conquer with her strength and will as a Qilin.
There we go.
Break.
Alright, let's just do something like that. Go something along the lines of that.
Rajora had led the two lovers back.
Okay, hang on before I do anything. I want to save. Excuse me.
Rajora had led the two lovers back to the ruins of the once Qilin society, standing before the littered remains of the past and awaiting further instruction from their guide. It was clear that she was reminiscing about the times when her fellow brothers and sisters were still alive and wandering the village without any worry. Times she wished she could have back. Times she wished she could have back, but knew that was impossible. Mom, are you ready? No. Mom? Mom? Are you okay? Mom? Are you okay? Ganyu asked worriedly. Yes, dear. Nothing more than an... Yes, dear. Nothing more than a lady enjoying what once was the... Yes, dear. Nothing more than a lady enjoying what once was the great pastime of the Qilin race. Rajora responded, her voice carrying a hint of emotion. Forgive me. The relic is under these ruins where the main Elder Temple used to be. God damn it. Forgive me. The relic is under these ruins where the main Elder Temple used to be. They were the ones who guarded it until a Qilin turned the They were the ones who guarded it until a Qilin turned the proper age for the process. Allow me to change form real fast so I can... They were the ones who guarded it until a Qilin turned the proper age for the process. Allow me to change form real fast so I can... Allow me to change form real fast so I can have the proper strength to lift this clutter.
Change pitch. Yeah.
Forgive me. The relic is under these ruins where the main Elder Temple used to be. They were the ones who guarded it until a Qilin turned the proper age for the process. Allow me to change form real fast so I can have the proper strength to lift this clutter.
I don't like it. Okay, we're just gonna leave it how it is.
Ganyu shook her head instantly, knowing her mother was not in good enough health to transform. Excuse me.
About right here.
No, Mother. No. No, Mother. No, Mother. You're not in the right... No, Mother. You're not in the right health to do that. I'll change and do the job. I'll change and do the job. Okay? I'll change and do the job. Okay? Rajora felt emotion ping her heart, but knew very well that her daughter was absolutely right. Therefore, she swallowed her pride, but knew very well that her daughter was absolutely right. Therefore, she swallowed her pride and allowed her child to take her position. Very well, sweetheart. She agreed. Just to be very gentle. You don't want to accidentally break the entrance where the talisman is being held. Got it. No. Got it. Got it. Ganyu assured.
Pull that back.
Got it. Ganyu assured.
No, I don't like that one.
Got it. No. Got it.
I like the first take. That one actually sounds better. Pull that back.
Got it. Ganyu assured. Then, with careful focus, began to change into her Then, with careful focus, began to change into her Adeptus form. I hear you. Ganyu assured. Then, with careful focus, began to change into her Adeptus form. I hear you.
Pull that back a little bit more.
Adeptus form. Just like in Inazuma, she grew the height of a monolith and became covered in icy blue fur that was as thick as a lion's mane. Rajora was quite impressed at her daughter's form, having not seen her that way ever since Ganyu was just a toddler. She was so proud that she smiled brightly, her daughter beginning to move aside all of the resting ruin of the Peaks of Serenity.
Come on.
Her daughter beginning to move aside all of the resting ruin of the Peaks of Serenity. As promised, Ganyu was very delicate. As promised, Ganyu was very delicate with the litter, shuffling it aside with care, up until nothing but the ground was visible. Up until nothing but the ground was visible. That'll do, sweetie. That'll do, sweetie. That'll do, sweetie. Rajora commanded. I can handle the rest. Ganyu nodded her colossal head and quickly reverted back to her regular self. Rajora had already limped her way over to the target spot, having stopped to look it over. Ristala Brimora Tisor! Ristala Brimora Tisor! Ristala Brimora Tisor! She exclaimed in a very foreign language that the lovers could only guess as some ancient Adeptus language. She tapped her cane against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Quad, are you gonna work? That was when it started. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora, only to find where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora, only to find what looked like a gaping maw with a staircase just visible in the light of the area. Using some kind of Qilin art, her horns began to glow, confirming they were about to engage deeper below the current ground level. Stay close to me, Rajora stated, walking onto the staircase and leading her two attendees down. Ganyu and Kuching followed closely, eventually falling into nothing but a sea. Ganyu and Kuching followed closely, eventually falling into nothing. Alright, I need to go over here more. Shit. Ganyu and Kuching followed closely, eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black. The lighting of Rajora's horns being eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black. Eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black, the lighting of Rajora's horns being the only thing guiding them the right way. It seemed like they'd been walking for at least 20 minutes, up until Rajora stopped dead. She tapped her cane's base on the ground again, immediately causing something to happen that neither of the two lovers had expected. A path that illuminated a blue glow appeared before them as if it were a path that illuminated a blue glow appeared before them as if it were a guide leading them. As if it were a guide. A path that illuminated a blue glow appeared before them. A path that illuminated a blue glow. Ah, shit. A path that illuminated a blue glow appeared before them as if it were for them as if for them. As if it were as if it were a path that appeared before them as if it were as if it were as if Okay, what do we got here? A path that illuminated a blue glow appeared before them as if it were glow a blue glow appeared before them as if it were a guide leading them. As if it were a guide leading. Okay.
God, this is annoying. Let's see if that might work.
Illuminated a blue glow as if it were a guide leading them to their preferred destination. Illuminated a blue glow as if it were a guide leading them to their preferred destination.
That'll work.
Rajora confirmed that theory true upon her next statement.
Pull that back.
Rajora confirmed that theory true upon her next statement.
Excuse me.
The elders devised a path. No. The elders devised a path that could only be accessed by a Qilin to assure safety for the talisman. This entire underground is a massive labyrinth. So please, remain on the lit pathway, or this place might just end up being your tomb. Ganyu and Kuching nodded in agreement, continuing further into the underground labyrinth and being sure to tread carefully. It took a long 30 minutes to reach the end of the path, having come to a door with three specific patterns Having come to a door with three specific patterns across it that resembled the seals Ganyu had broken to reach the... Having come to a door with three specific patterns across it that resembled the seals Ganyu had broken to reach the peaks of serenity. Having come to a door with three specific patterns across it that resembled the seals Ganyu had broken to...
Okay, I need to, Control R.
Specific patterns across it.
What the fuck? Oh, I know what's going on here. I need this.
Three specific patterns across it that resembled the seals Ganyu had broken to reach the peaks of serenity. Let's see. We may have a problem, dears. We may have a problem, dears. Rajora stated, putting a hand to her face in slight stupidity. I forgot that there were three elders for a reason. This door must be opened by three... I forgot that there were three elders for a reason. This door must be opened by three Qilin all at once. And unfortunately, there's only two here at the moment. They truly know how to keep... They truly knew how to keep fucking dick... They truly knew how to secure something that they knew that, if it ended up in the wrong hands, could cause the end of the world. Ganyu wasn't ready to give up, seeing she'd come this far and wasn't going to let a clever form of security stop her. She put a hand to her chin, hoping to find a solution, but Kuching beat her to the punch. Wait, I think I might have a solution that might just be crazy enough to work. Rajora? Is it Rajora or Regina?
Whoops.
Rajora. Okay, that's a mistake by me. Rajora's eye...
Good thing I caught that.
Rajora's eyes bulged in curiosity, open to anything that might progress their current predicament. So she just agreed. What's your plan? Well, it's definitely a long shot, but I thought back to something Ganyu said earlier, and it just might be the solution. Kuching explained. She stated that because I'm her lover, and we share a strong bond, I'm family to the Qilin race in her eyes. Therefore, even though I'm not one of blood, maybe if Ganyu and I hold hands or something, it can fool the I'm family to the Qilin race. She stated that because I'm her lover, and we share a strong bond, I'm family to the Qilin race in her eyes. Therefore, even though I'm not one of blood, maybe if Ganyu and I hold hands or something, it can fool the door? Rajora expressed a look of doubt, but given nobody had any better ideas, she was up for it. Not going to lie, sweetie. That's quite a foolish suggestion, but also very clever. Rajora complimented. Let's try it. Kuching smiled and nodded, to which Ganyu took her hand tight and positioned herself in front of the far right seal. To which Ganyu took her hand tight and positioned herself in front of the far right seal. Kuching took the middle seal. Kuching took the middle seal. Kuching took the middle seal, and Rajora manned the far left. And Rajora manned the far left, all three placing their hands on their respective seal. Are you behaving? Okay. When you're ready, I'll start the process of breaking the seals. Rajora instructed. Excuse me. When you're ready, I'll start the process of breaking the seals. Rajora instructed. Kuching. Got it. But what should I do to... Got it. But what should I do to break mine? Kuching questioned, to which Ganyu answered quickly. Kuching... What should I do to break mine? Kuching questioned, to which Ganyu answered quickly. Just think of the memories you've had with me. Ganyu instructed. Pull that back. Just think of the memories you've had with me. Ganyu instructed. Our bond is the key, and the more you think of our memories together, the more energy is exhumed. Right. Kuching nodded with a smile, confident. Pull that. Whoops-a-doodle. Just think of the memories you've had with me. Ganyu instructed. Kuching nodded with a smile, confident that she could do it. Right. Thanks, Ganyu. Ganyu just bowed her head as an answer, to which Rajora took action of preparing for the Ganyu just bowed her head as an answer, to which Rajora took action of preparing for the process of breaking the seal. On the count of 3. Kuching took that as her cue to... Are you behaving? Yes, you are. Kuching took that as her cue. Kuching took that as her cue to begin the reminiscing. So she closed her eyes and went into a deep trance to remember all of her recent memories with her beloved. 1, 2, 3. Kuching worked quickly, immediately finding the first most precious memory of Ganyu she treasured. The night they finally confessed to one another and made love together. She envisioned the feeling of her beloved pleasuring and enjoying exploring her. She envisioned the feeling of her beloved pleasuring and enjoying exploring her. She envisioned the feeling of her beloved pleasuring and exploring her with absolute curiosity and bliss, up until her body succumbed to it all. That was a night she'd never forget. And the next one was just as prominent. The scream that had awoken her out of a short sleep. The scream that had awoken her out of a short sleep. The moment that had strengthened their bond as lovers. That was the night her beloved had shared her most tragic and personal memory. A sign of absolute trust and true tragic and personal memory. A sign of absolute trust and true love. Next came when Ganyu had served her Next came when Ganyu had served her dinner in Sumeru, followed by their first bath together, their night on the bow of the Yaocore, and lastly, the moment where it all began. The day of Kuching's initiation as the Yuheng, and when she saw Ganyu for the very first time. She had been standing with her back to her outside of Yujing Terrace, a sunset having adorned her as a background and caused her to stand out. While she hadn't known it yet, that had been the moment her spark for Ganyu had been lit in her heart, especially when she had turned to face her for the first time and she had seen Ganyu's beautiful eyes. Oh shit. At that time, she couldn't even say a word because she was awestruck by the woman she'd laid eyes on. She had no idea how Ganyu had taken her likely awkward as She had no idea how Ganyu had taken her likely because she was awestruck by the woman she'd laid eyes on. She had no idea how Ganyu had taken her likely awkward as hell stare, but it didn't matter now, because they were together and loved each other dearly. Oh, Ningguang. I haven't done her voice in a long time. Ganyu. No. Ganyu. Come here and introduce yourself to our newest staff member. Ningguang had said, "You two will be working together a lot, so it's best you two get to know one another well." That's when Ganyu had turned, and Kuching had been loved.
Ah, shit.
Ganyu, come here and introduce...
That's more like a mother, like, commanding their child. I think that I need to redo that. Oh, God. I think I need to redo that because the voice acting isn't correct. Okay, now I gotta find that spot. Let's see. Excuse me. Okay. Ah, shit. Really? You had to kick on now.
Ganyu, come here and introduce yourself to our newest staff member.
I remember there was the...
Ningguang had said,
at the end.
You two will be working together a lot, so it's best you two get to know one another well.
It's kind of like almost... not Ganyu. Yelan. Yeah, I need to redo that. Okay, so I need to... Shit, how do I do this? I may not have any choice but to just keep going. So let's save. So I need to do something like, Ganyu, come over here, and yeah, like she's yelling, or something like that.
Ganyu, come here and introduce yourself to our newest staff member.
Yeah. The reason why it came out so half-assed is because I wasn't sure what to do. Maybe that might be a good idea to go back and listen to that voice, just so I get it correct. It's been such a long flippin' time since I've done that voice. That was clear back in part 1. 7 parts ago. Yeah. Can also use this time to take a little bit of a break until the heater shuts the fuck up. Because I can't do this with the heater on. Unless you guys want to hear our in the background. I mean, I don't care. Okay, I gotta find that. Bonding of Ice and Lightning. I gotta find part 1. Beautiful playlist. Ugh. I remember it was like right at the beginning too. Jesus Christ.
It seemed otherworldly, or even...
Okay.
She would have preferred to take a long nap, but she knew all too well that that luxury wouldn't come until later that night in the... Abandoning her reminiscing of her days as a young adeptus roaming the peaks of Leeway and admiring the world's beauty, she walked to her desk and took a seat. The trapped rain employees of Yuhai Pavilion. He had only been expecting another workload to follow in their... I was just delivered a letter from the Tianquan herself that stated such. If I had to guess, it must be a private matter that is confidential to only the higher-ups of Leeway Harbor. Ganyu nodded her head in agreement, seeing that that was the most logical reason why she wasn't even informed or given any hint that Ningguang would be discussing some sort of matter with her in any way whatsoever. Considering it came from Lady Ningguang herself, I best not waste any time. Ganyu stated, getting up from her desk chair. Thank you for the information, Jinhai. Just doing my job, Miss Ganyu. Jinhai returned. Best of wishes with whatever Lady Ningguang has planned for you. Ganyu simply smiled, then she took off in a rush. Before she met the exit, she was stopped by Tinyan yet again, an umbrella held out in front of her as a practical barricade. Best have this before you go out into that monsoon, he advised. Ganyu let out an awkward giggle, realizing that she had just nearly repeated her bad habit yet again. Right, she said, taking the folded up umbrella and unfolding it. Thanks, Tinyan. Don't mention it, he replied. Someone has to watch for you. Ganyu just smiled, then she turned to the exit and stepped back out into the barrage of raindrops. She was guarded by the roofing that extended past the entrance to Yuhai Pavilion and down both sides of the building's upper walkway. But where she was going, she'd need protection from the raging storm and winds. Even with the umbrellas, both of them had been mildly soaked by the rain that the winds had captured in their hasty and violent travels. However, the rain didn't even faze them. They were more focused on Ningguang's reasoning for their attention. Upon stepping into the building, Kuching and Ganyu did their best to clean themselves of the mild, misty shower they'd endured in their travel to Ningguang's abode. They didn't want to anger any of the assistants in charge of tidying up the entirety of the structure, so they gave it their best effort. After somewhat cleaning themselves off, they made their way to Ningguang's office, finding their wealthy boss admiring her wall of multiple secret operations. Upon her two most valued colleagues making their presence, she turned to them with a smile. You made it. Very good. Now we can get to work. Ningguang greeted.
Okay, let me listen to
Forgive me, Lady Ningguang, but can you please explain why you called us here? Kuching inquired. We never received any
Coaching.
sort of note or message to prepare, nor had any sort of awareness that you need to speak with us on any trivial matters. I apologize for the lack of awareness, but I didn't have the time to make any preparations. She explained. You see, I had only received word this morning from one of my main inquirers, Yelan, that there had been some unusual activity occurring within the perimeters of Liyue Harbor. She did some investigating over the past week and found that one of our main Millith guards that guards one of the main paths into Liyue Harbor had gone missing. She searched any potential routes where any treasure hoarders or other enemies commonly reside, and even ambushed them to see if they had possession of our missing guard.
So it's like Jean, but with a little bit more sass. So it's like up in this nasal cavity, and with just a little bit of sass in it. Okay. Gotta wait for that to shut up first, though. So I guess we'll take a little break, because why not? Oh boy. I think I've seen that video. Let me listen to that one more time.
Ganyu, come here and introduce yourself to our newest staff member.
That's not too bad.
Ningguang had said. You two will be working together a lot, so it's best you two get to know one another well.
I mean, I guess I could just leave that. It's not that big of a deal.
Ganyu, come.
I mean, I could see Ningguang talking like that. Yeah, fuck it. We're doing it. Really? Right as I say, fuck it. Off it goes. Wow. That was weird. Like, that is weird when that kind of shit happens. Alright, I do need a... So, Sassy Jean, basically. It's like a mix of Yelan and Ningguang. Or Yelan and Jean. Ah, shit. Okay, I found it. Didn't I? Yeah.
Ganyu, come here and introduce yourself to our newest staff member. You two will be working together a lot, so it's best you two get to know one another well. You two will be working together a lot, so it's best you two get to know one another well.
Something like that. I don't know. Control-R. Oh, oops. Is that noise reduction? Double check that. No. I lowered the volume. Hopefully that's not too loud. Noise profile. Control A, Control R. Okay, zoom out a little bit. Let me listen back to this.
Ganyu, come here and introduce yourself to our newest staff member.
That's better.
You two will be working together a lot, so it's best you two get to know one another well. You two will be working together a lot, so it's best you two get to know one another well.
That's more angry.
Ganyu, come here and introduce yourself to our newest staff member. You two will be working together a lot, so it's best you two get to know one another well.
Alright. I need to refix that because someone had to do it. Alright.
You two will be working together a lot, so it's best you two get to know one another well. You two will be working together a lot, so it's best you two get to know one another well. I don't know, something like that. Or let's see if that might work. Let's see. Where am I going here? Here. Okay, let's get in the right spot. Oh, Jesus. Probably gonna have to toy with the volume a little bit. Here. You two will be working together a lot, so it's best you two get to know one another well. No, that's more angry. I thought that this was better. More mild-tempered. Not even mild-tempered. More controlled. Loved each other dearly. Ganyu, come here and introduce yourself to our newest staff member. Ningguang had said. You two will be working together a lot, so it's best you two get to know one another well. There we go. That's when Ganyu had turned, and Kuching had been love-struck silly. Oh, coming, Lady Ningguang, Ganyu had said, and had hurried to meet her new co-worker. Hello there. My name is Ganyu. I'm the head secretary for Yuxing Terrace. It's a pleasure to meet you. Okay. The first line by Ganyu I didn't like. Oh, coming, Lady Ningguang. Yeah, too shallow. She needs to sound like she's in a hurry. So let's go ahead and redo that. Okay. Control-A, delete. Okay. I have to turn the volume down a little bit. Oh! Coming, Lady Ningguang. No. Oh! Coming, Lady Ningguang. There we go. Oh, wrong way. Okay, the second line was fine. Second line was fine. Control-R. Right here. Oh! Coming, Lady Ningguang. Oh! Coming, Lady Ningguang. No. Oh! Coming, Lady Ningguang. How loud is that? Oh! Coming, Lady Ningguang. That's what she said. Alright, now we can amplify it. So let's go about 3. See if that might work. Kuching had been love-struck silly. Oh! Coming, Lady Ningguang. Better. Ganyu had said, and had hurried to meet her new co-worker. Yep, get that out. Actually, no, do this. Ganyu had said, and had hurried to meet her new co-worker. Hello there. My name is Ganyu. I'm the head secretary for Yuxing Terrace. It's a pleasure to meet you. And Kuching had just stood still, probably making Ganyu heavily uncomfortable, up until Ningguang had knocked her out of her... Up until Ningguang had knocked her out of Cupid's influence on her senses. Up until Ningguang had knocked her out of Cupid's influence on her senses. Lady Kuching, aren't you going to say anything? She had jumped back to reality, having cleared her throat to regain her composure. My apologies, Lady Ganyu. The sunset is just, you know, quite appalling, that I lost focus for a second. My name is Kuching, and I'll be working alongside you as Yu Hunk. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. After her bumbling, all Ganyu had done was bow respectfully as a response. It had been a very awkward start to a growing bond, but after a few times working out in the field, she and Ganyu had grown close as colleagues. She was so deep in her memories that she hadn't even realized that, once she had opened her eyes, they were radiating a glow as bright as the sun. Not only that, her plan had succeeded, and the seals had all been broken. She was flabbergasted. She'd managed to, through probably the most absurd plan she'd ever devised, managed to surpass ancient magic older than her entire family.
There's a problem with the grammar here.
Managed to surpass ancient magic older than her entire family. There was no doubt that she was managed to surpass ancient magic older than her entire family. There was no through probably the most absurd plan she'd ever devised to surpass ancient magic older than her entire family. There was no doubt that she was the former Yu Hung, seeing only someone to surpass.
Hang on, there's a method to my madness, just give me a second.
Surpass ancient magic older than her entire family. There was no absurd plan she'd ever devised to surpass ancient magic older than her entire family. There was no doubt that she was the former Yu Hung, seeing only someone. There was no doubt she was flabbergasted. She'd managed to, through probably the most absurd plan she'd ever devised, surpass ancient magic older than her entire family. There was no doubt that she was the former Yu Hung, seeing only someone.
Okay.
There was no doubt that she was the former Yu Hung, seeing only someone like that could make something so comical actually work. Seeing only someone like that could make something so comical actually work. I can't believe that actually worked. I can't believe that actually worked, she stated as a way to congratulate herself. Nor can I, Rajora stated. Huh. It seems my daughter sure has something truly special. More than you can ever imagine. Ganyu It seems my daughter sure has something truly special. More than you can ever imagine. Daughter sure has something truly special. More than you can ever imagine. Ganyu chimed confidently. Kuching blushed at the compliment. Rubbing the back of her neck shyly. Okay, I need to wait for this thing to go over. Okay, it's still doing it.
Okay, I need to save.
Rajora broke the flood of graces by re-establishing why they were there in the first place. Alright, now comes the most dangerous part. The ascension itself. Across the room in front of them was 3 things. Closest was a stone pedestal that housed one thing that resembled an oversized Mora. Then, on the far side, was a golden statue of a Qilin that had a provided seat in the center between its 2 front legs. Last was hieroglyphs that told a story of an ancient past that was plastered on all 3 of the walls. Last was hieroglyphs that told a story of an ancient past that was plastered on all 3 of the walls, most likely something in relation to what was about to occur.
I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I'll only ask one more time, Ganyu. Rajora stated in a very serious tone.
Okay, bring that back.
Rajora stated in a very serious tone.
I don't.
Are you sure you want to do this? Because once the process starts, there's no going back. Yes.
What I meant was I didn't. Not I did. I don't.
Yes. I must do this for the safety of Teyvat's people. Ganyu decided. Very well. Then please take the talisman and stick it into the slot in the middle of the statue's forehead. Rajora instructed.
Okay.
From there, you will seat yourself. From there, you will seat yourself in the middle. Whoa. From there, you will seat yourself in the middle section of it. From there, you will seat yourself in the middle section of it and await the Qilin God to connect with your psyche. You will be on your own from there. So good luck, and do your best to earn the knowledge of the talisman. Whenever you are ready, sweetheart. I can't move. Why can I not? Whenever you are ready, sweetheart. I can't move. Why can I not move? Oh.
Back.
Ganyu nodded her head and walked forward to the... Ganyu nodded her head and walked forward to the pedestal supporting the... Ganyu nodded her head and walked forward to the pedestal supporting the talisman.
That is a plosive. I need this one.
Forward to the pedestal supporting the talisman. After taking a long breath, she took the talisman from its resting spot and placed it in the slot position. She took the talisman from its resting spot and placed it in the slot positioned on the statue's forehead. She took the talisman from its resting spot and placed it in the slot positioned on the statue's forehead. Once the relic was in place, Ganyu took another deep breath to calm her nerves, then sat herself in the provided throne, awaiting whatever was to come next. At first, there was nothing but silence. Up until Ganyu suddenly felt a surge of ancient power attack her senses. Where is it? A sensation that overwhelmed her instantly. A sensation that overwhelmed her instantly and knocked her unconscious. A sensation that overwhelmed her instantly and knocked her unconscious. The trial of the talisman had officially begun.
Jesus Christ. Alright. Alright, there's one. Save. Export as MP3. Clean. Okay, so that's 38 minutes. The next one is a long fucking chapter. I know that for a fact. I just hope that the story is at least interesting. It's been going for a while, so if you guys are still tuning in, I would imagine it is a good story. I do my best. Especially considering this is a lot more diverse than a pony story where I can just go full like ham and not have to worry about like making any inconsistencies or anything like that. Because the world of Genshin Impact, it's big. It's like fantasy at its peak. So you can literally go ham with everything and it doesn't matter. I've tried to stick to the canon as much as I possibly can. But there's something that is not described or there's no lore on it. I'm just going with my own thing. All right. Next was 26. This one. Nope, that's 27. Oh yeah, this is a long one. This is a long one. So I may save that one for tomorrow. If I'm not too far, like, into it. How long have I been streaming for? Almost 2.5 hours. That's not too bad. This one's just a long one, so I want to be careful, you know, not to overwhelm myself with too much work. Oops. Okay, there's one piece of the puzzle. Yeah, I should be good. I should be good. Hopefully. In fact, before I get into the next part, I think I'm going to take a little break. Watch some videos or something like that. I don't know. But I need to upload that folder to... File. Not folder. File to my drive. Maybe, if it'll let me. Can I go to my home, please? Thank you. Ah, fuck. Stop. T. That's the one. The EQ I want to add whenever I get all 4 of them set to go, because I want them all in the same EQ. Not sure how many more, and I'm not sure if I'm just going to do these 4 chapters because I don't know how long it's going to actually make the entire video. If I can, I want to avoid going over 3 hours because I don't think my computer can handle that. Alright, let's watch something, I guess. I don't know. Get you absolutely nothing. Maybe if you have a guarantee, they get you the 5-star, but that's about it. Every horror game in one. That looks interesting. Oh, geez.
Never underestimate the power of kindness. But of course, not that of a
YouTube.
firebolt either.
Back.
Hello, welcome to Nightmare of Decay. Why are they barking? Why are the puppies barking?
I don't know.
Doesn't matter. We're in it now. Hello. You look weird.
What the fuck?
23-year-old Judith Glaslow was reported missing yesterday evening. She is described as Caucasian,
hell is
5'7"
that?
inches tall, with a slim build and long brown hair. She was last seen entering her apartment after being escorted home by friends following a late night out clubbing.
Fuck.
I'm sorry, I don't know why that was funny. Police searched her apartment. I know this is supposed to be a scary game, I apologize. And interviewed neighbors, but have been unable to find any clues leading to her current whereabouts.
How long is this?
Close friends and the relatives say that Glaslow had been complaining about frequent nightmares and hallucinations in the days before she went missing. It is unknown if these had anything to do with her disappearance.
What the fuck?
Glaslow is the latest in an alarming
What
number
is
of
this
recent
voice acting?
disappearances that have local residents spooked. Authorities say there have been over 10 missing people reported in just the past week.
I think it's meant to be a comedic.
Police have been unable to find any new leads in their investigation of the disappearances and implore anyone with more information to call the Missing Persons Investigative Unit at
911.
Oh no. And not only do they have things to say about it, but also these people have something to say about it. Overwhelmingly positive. Anyway, that's just the glowing reviews of this game. And this one freaking hair wants to be literally in my eye.
I've been there. I have been there.
All
I have been
right,
there.
good enough, whatever. It's at least marginally better. You turn off the TV. You've been having terrible nightmares recently, and watching the news about these disappearances is just going to make them worse. And also, you're going to disappear because they had nightmares too! It's getting late and you're feeling pretty tired. You should eat dinner and take a shower before going to bed. You're pretty sure that there was a leftover slice of pizza in the fridge. Ooh, very scary pizza.
It's like a plethora of horror games.
Hey,
in
look,
one.
I'm fine. Time to get some
Interesting.
pizza. Love the cutscene. His fucking hair is back. It's that one little strand. Tab to access your inventory. Hover over. Ooh,
Looks very
whoa.
Resident
It is
Evil.
like
Yep,
Resident Evil. Ooh, all right. Right mouse to use.
Not exactly,
Yum.
but
There's
it's
nothing to
pretty.
use it on.
It's pretty much.
Can you use
like
it on?
Ooh,
my
even the
mouth?
even
Do
the
I need
health
to look
bar.
in the mirror to be able to eat food? Do I need to know
Well, it's
where
not
it
a
goes
health bar,
because I
it's a
keep
health
forgetting?
meter,
Maybe
I
I
should say.
heat it up.
Yep.
Bam. Easy. See, I'm a gamer. I've played games before. I know exactly what I'm doing and I know how I'm doing it.
420. Nice.
Nice. Excellent. It's pizza time.
Nice.
Good God, I'm an animal. I just horked that down. That pizza was pretty good. Now I should take a shower before going to bed. This is a
Horror
quick tip. This is a fun
games.
fact. If you ever want to heat up pizza properly, either use an air fryer or an oven, or you just grease up a skillet a little bit and you pop it in the pan. Honestly, you don't even need to grease it because the oil from the pizza will heat it, will grease itself, and it'll just like cook. It'll be almost as good as it was. Just don't let it burn, unless you like that, which I do sometimes. What am I doing? Going to bed?
No,
We're
showering.
talking about pizza. That is a disgustingly dirty shower. Oh, sweet shower cutscene. I was hoping, actually. I was hoping for this. I imagine this is where those good reviews came in.
Let's see. Is
Yay.
I thought we were gonna have like a horror movie like
All clean,
reference,
time to go
like,
to bed.
Oh, I don't know, The Grudge,
Wow. All right. Anything different?
Psycho, The Ring.
Who do you think you are? You think you could do that?
Can you guys tell that I watch a lot of horror movies?
You notice a reflection.
It would only make sense because of what I do. What the fuck?
Well, that can't be good. Zoinks! You turn around and see a large man staring at you with a crazed smile on his face. His hoarse breathing echoes throughout the room. The man is holding the decapitated head of a woman. Thoughts of her recent disappearances
Yeah,
come to mind, and a
Resident Evil,
cold
very
chill runs
much.
up your
Very
spine.
Resident Evil.
I tackle him. I eat his teeth. And the next moment, the man fades away just as suddenly as he appeared. Okay, that's weird. You must be more tired than you thought if you're starting to hallucinate. And maybe eating that pizza before going to bed was
Yeah,
not
it's
the best
supposed to give you
idea.
heartburn.
I once ate 10-day-old meatloaf that I made. Handmade my grandma's meatloaf. I did not put it in an airtight container. It was in the fridge, admittedly, but it was not in an airtight container. I ate it anyway.
No.
It had like some white fuzz on it, but I thought if I cooked it out, I'd be
that's mold.
okay. I
That's
puked
mold.
so hard I broke blood vessels in my eyes. And you might be thinking, oh man, was this back in college? Nah, this was last year.
Oh, Lord.
I'm just stupid.
Yeah, that's
anyway, time for
mold.
bed. Time for me to get there.
Not
Oh,
mold, but
ooh.
disease,
Oh, I
at
could,
least.
maybe I could play a few rounds. Whoa.
What the fuck? Okay, seriously, what the hell am I looking at? No thanks. YouTube, it's your ads, not mine.
It's bright and or cold outside. I saw
10:32.
something. Bed. All right.
Like we're literally
Bedtime.
just
Sure that-
playing guess that horror
man
game.
with the decapitated head
Wait,
of a woman won't be
sleep
standing over my door.
paralysis demon?
I'm sure
maybe?
I'll be fine.
Shut the fuck up.
Welcome to Nightmare
Oh.
of Decay.
God.
I'm in a coffin.
Oh, that's horrifying.
Oh God! Yes, my frickin' head. God damn, I'm amazing. I'm a frickin' animal. I downed that pizza. I headbutted my way out of a coffin. I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to rock. Yeah! Me
That made me
too! What are you doing? What's going on
Oh
over
wow,
there?
Resident Evil.
Who's screaming
map
for
layout,
what? Anyway,
definitely.
I know how to get out of here. Oh, looks like you need to find another way out of this place. I know the key to this lock. Boosh!
Just climb the wall.
Smash my brain out and
Just climb the
into
wall.
ether. I wish that was an option here in this moment. Not in real life, actually. That's not what I wish. Skadoosh! Kabang! Whoop! Probably that screaming's from everyone who has to open all the doors in this building with their forehead. You get sick of it after.
That I've seen somewhere before.
Hello. Sorry, I was making a bad joke. How are you? Oh, my goodness. I wish I had pizza to give you. Wham! Bam! All right, you take care of yourself.
Are you an unnaturally intelligent
I
eyes?
noticed it already. Unnaturally intelligent eyes.
Oh, it's talking.
Hello. All right. Cat greets you, and strangely enough, you can understand what it's saying.
The
Looks like
fuck?
the nightmare has claimed yet another victim. You talk a lot like the news anchor. Many have been brought here against their will, only to meet
Wait
a
a
terrible
minute.
end one way or another. No one has ever managed to escape alive. The cat pauses to look you up and down, almost as if to appraise you of your worth. It seems unimpressed. Screw you too. I wonder how long you'll be able to survive for. Not long.
Have you ever
if I
seen
had
this
to make a
video
guess.
before?
Oh yeah?
This is from another game.
Well, I already did the headbutting thing, but I suppose.
Where the cat like guides you
Nah, I'll spare you.
to get out alive.
It'll be fun to see how you meet your end in this horrible place. That's what you get. Maybe one of the monsters will get you, or maybe you'll go insane and end yourself. Well, I need to get going. Good luck, stranger.
This kind of reminds me of
Try
an
not
idea
to
that
die.
I had for something way long ago. It was when I was getting into like the MLP horror community, and I knew only of like so many grimdarks. What was it? I can hear you.
We got the stew hot. Mom's been cooking it all morning, and the carrots are done all the way through now.
Okay.
So it's hot in the pan right now, and you got a bowl out there.
Okay, I'm not hungry right now.
Well, there's a yellow bowl sitting by the cake pan. So when you do decide to go eat, I'm gonna shut it off then. Cause I'm not gonna keep overcooking it.
Okay, go ahead.
All
Alright, anyways. But I had an idea for, was it a fic? Or was it like just a game or something like that? Maybe it was a game or something. I don't know. I was playing it between friends. Basically, it was kind of something like this. Like where you would roll dice, and depending on what you would get, you would end up like in like certain scenarios from like different from different grimdarks. Like you'd run to Cupcakes Pinkie Pie, you'd run to Rainbow Factory Dash, you know, something like that. It's something kind of like this. This is kind of reminding me of that. It didn't work out, unfortunately, but it'd be a cool idea for a fic.
I do vest. Okay, bye. Fine.
Shit.
Oh, hey, a knife. I noticed it already. I'm way too ahead of you, game. So I know my objective.
Survive.
And this is my mission. Put up a mission statement. Grab knife, kill demon inside the nightmare, stop the decay. Boom. If I can do those, I'll be a real YouTuber someday. All I have to do is play the best goddamn Nightmare of Decay of my life. Yeah! Could probably break it if I hit it with something. Alright, fine. Where's my brain? Hi-ya! Whoa,
That's
I'm
a strong
amazing.
knife.
I'm a goddamn animal. Here's his hair again. So, well, this is obvious. I just gotta follow the blood and I'm gonna find where I need to go. I've gotcha! Shouldn't have shown your ass to me like this. Hey-ya! A stab! The crazed butt stabber was me all along! Except I'm completely
Yeah, this is
sane.
very Resident Evil.
Oh, what the hell is that? Yeah.
Keep it with the knife
my
stab.
God. Oh, hey! You don't headbutt me! I headbutt you. That's what I thought. Inspect. Mutilated body of a man. He's been partially eaten and stabbed. Very strange.
Okay.
Got a key. Got a gun.
Oh.
Love that.
Yeah, it's definitely like
Who needs a gun when you got a
Resident
knife? Stuck and won't budge. What about this? Never mind.
Evil. Keep in mind, I've never
back.
played a Resident
Yeah.
Evil game. I just watch people play it because I'm too much of a coward.
Okay,
Like,
so you do
writing
slow down
horror
when you
stuff is
stab.
different from playing it because you're actually part of it. Like writing the stuff, sometimes I do get a little actually like disturbed and stuff like that, but that's good. That means I'm getting it right. Like that's one scene in RTBAA, Return to Bears Without Lakers, when Sarah dies. Writing that was legitimately scary.
I gotta be mindful of that. It very much is like Resident Evil. I hope you guys don't think I'm making fun of this. Write down in the comments if you think I'm making fun of this game, because I'm not. It's actually, you can't really write down, because I just
Okay,
told
now
you.
where are we going?
The truth is, unless you disagree, there'll be a poll. There won't be a poll.
This feels
sorry, I'm
much
looking
like
around
Resident Evil.
Where am
The
I?
old Resident Evil.
Where am I? Where am I? Oh,
That's ammo.
well, that's handy. Hold left shift while moving. It doesn't seem like I am. Unless because I'm injured, I can't
Probably.
exactly. Q to consume. Okay, let's put that in 2, and this is 1. Got it. Love that. So 2 for gun, 1 for knife. All right, let's do this. Wow, this looks suspicious.
Excuse me.
That looks suspicious. That looks a little
Ooh, it locks.
suspicious. Hi-ya, all right. I've tried everything and I'm out of options. William has been acting strangely ever since we moved into this manor. He's been spending all his time in the basement doing God knows what. I've tried asking him about it, but he became angry and confrontational. I fear we may be drifting apart. I hate this place. We never should have come here. I agree. Why did you come here? Do you live here?
The shape of a spade.
Door's locked. The shape of a spade has been carved into the lock.
So you need a spade.
That's so. Shape of a spade, huh? Cool. Good to know. I'm sure that will... Oh, it's just the shadows. I'm sure that'll be very useful later. I'll try to remember it. Wow. Minigame! Yes!
Yes, this is very Resident Evil.
I'm so
This is definitely
down.
Resident Evil.
I'm ready.
Because there's actually these kinds of things in those games too.
Wham. I'm the best.
And this is like
so
OG Resident Evil.
Holy shit. Oh, I gotta let it aim. God damn. Nailed it. I love going into a haunted house and then immediately playing the nearest carnival game. I mean, that's what it is, right? This is just a haunted carnival. What? Over 200? God damn, I'm amazing! I'm an animal! I'm an animal. I can't be stopped. Oh, yes! Oh, the extra time, and with it, the extra points.
Is it infinite? Oh, I didn't see the timer.
Oh, 229. 229. Try that. Try that, will you? Ooh. Oh.
Oh, lockpick.
Oh, lockpick. I did need that. Thank you. And I have a pellet gun. I get to take this with me now. I earned this. I earned this. I'm gonna keep that on 3. I don't think it probably doesn't do much damage, but you know, it is what it is. Let's try this. I have it, so why not? Ooh, that is handy. Dynamite? God damn, I'm loaded to the tits.
And you don't get shotgun ammo in Resident Evil for quite a while.
Limited? Oh my god.
I think you have to get like
I probably
at
could have
least
stabbed that though.
not halfway through, but maybe a quarter of the way into the game in order to get shotgun ammo. Something along those lines. Anyways, yeah, it's good enough for now. Alright, let's import the next file, shall we? Trust me guys, if I had a better computer, I would do so much more with streams, but I just don't. I don't have the money, and I don't have the RAM, so it's just what it is, isn't it? Like, trust me, I'd love to do more gaming, because I game every morning. Like, that's probably been the majority of my time lately. I've just been playing games. Like, I started a new game called Punishing Grey Raven, and yeah, having a lot of fun with it. Same thing with Echocalypse and Genshin and Honkai Star Rail. Keep in mind, I'm not addicted to gacha games by any means. I just like the feeling of pulling the characters and building them. Like the one that's coming out in Honkai Star Rail next patch, which is gonna be yeah. It's gonna be hard because Sparkle took everything from me. So yeah. I've been saving, but you can only get so much in Honkai Star Rail. Anyways. But hey, at least the rewards for the anniversary of Honkai Star Rail are loads better than whatever the fuck Genshin gives you. I have to give them credit though. They did give us an extra 10 pull for Lantern Rite, which is good because that three pulls for 3 years bullshit was such, yeah, that was hogwash. So I'm glad that they came to their fucking senses and gave us an extra 10 pulls, because otherwise that would have just been douchey. Help me get my Zhang Yun on both accounts, so hey, I'm happy. Yeah, and the reason why this is saying not responding is because, well, this is a big file. We're talking over an hour. So, it'll probably take a minute to load. So just bear with me, guys. Just bear with me. Okay, yeah. Okay. First step, we always add the extra 6 seconds of silence at the beginning. Okay, that's probably 5, around 6 right there somewhere.
Ganyu opened her eyes to nothing but a desolate plain blanketed by a transparent mist. The only sounds grazing her ears being the sound of her own breathing and heartbeat. She took a second to just look around, a slight bit of fear slithering down her spine at the scenery before her eyes. She knew this place. However, she didn't know why it felt so familiar to her, just knew that she'd been here before. Had it been in a dream or nightmare that she'd found herself in this mysterious landscape? Had it been in a dream or nightmare that she'd found herself in this mysterious landscape? Or was it familiar to her from a memory she'd buried in the back of her mind to never resurface and fester again? The more she stared at the blank and ambient surroundings all around her, the more things started to become more clear. Then, in a sudden moment, Ganyu came to full realization of where she actually was, causing her to jump. Causing her to jump mildly. This is where everything's...
Back. Okay, that should be good.
This is where everything started. I'm in my mother's womb. She confirmed. The reason it's familiar and not at the same time is because most offspring don't... The reason it's... God damn it. The reason it's familiar and not at the same time is because... It's because... The reason it's familiar and not at the same time is because most offspring don't have any recollection of their days as a growing being. Yet, I'm here, and it looks like this? Is this some sort of hint to something that has yet to occur in my life? No. Is this some sort of hint to something that has yet to occur in my life? Or do offspring...
I remember this line was a pain in my ass.
Simply manifest... Or do offspring simply manifest their own internal place of... Or do offspring simply manifest their own internal place of comfort during birth?
Prior.
Or do offspring simply... No. Or do offspring simply manifest their own internal place of comfort prior to birth? Or do offspring simply manifest their own internal place of comfort prior to birth? Following her analogy, a light suddenly shone through the mist straight out from her, to which she knew was where she needed to go next. Not questioning anything, Ganyu followed the light, eventually coming to the next step of whatever test she was being given. However, upon meeting the next destination, she found herself in a very strange position. She was on all fours. She was on all fours. And the world very strange position. She was on all fours, and the world towered above her as if she were no bigger than a mouse. She was on all fours, and the world towered above her as if she were no bigger than a mouse. Her surroundings were that of the peaks of Serenity, but it was lively with hundreds of other Qilin of all ages. She was back in the past, back when she was nothing more than a naive child that didn't know anything about the world yet. A scent caught her attention almost instantly. A scent caught her attention almost instantly that made her lick her chops. A scent caught her attention almost instantly that made her lick her chops. The scent of the firefly berries she adored as a young child. Then she turned her head and saw that she was centimeters from a... Then she turned and saw that she was centimeters from a firefly bush. God damn it. Then she turned her head and saw that she was centimeters from a firefly berry bush, and was smothered in the juices of said delight after eating... Then she turned her head and saw that she was centimeters from a firefly berry bush, and was smothered in the juices of said delight after eating them with gluttonous.
Okay.
Glee. Of said delight after eating them with gluttonous glee. She knew this memory. This was when she had snuck out to gorge herself with the berries, and had gone you. No.
Second one is good enough.
I'll wait for the fucking toilet to shut this shit up. Gone you.
That'll work.
Gone you.
Okay, I need to... I'm not going to mess with that for now, because it has to be an interruption, but I'm not going to mess with that right now.
A familiar motherly voice. A familiar motherly. Why is that so hard to say? A familiar motherly voice interrupted her feast. The voice of her mother. The voice of her mother. A set of footsteps. The voice of her mother. A set of footsteps drew close to her. Rajora having caught her stuffing her face with the... Rajora having caught her stuffing her face with the... Rajora having caught her stuffing her face with the sweet fruits. Oh no, gone you! Rajora said, a slight giggle adorning her voice. Oh. Oh no, gone you! Oh no, gone you! Rajora said, a slight giggle adorning her voice. Sweetheart, look at you. You're all messy. Ganyu couldn't speak for her young self. Ganyu couldn't speak for her young self. The answer to the clearly stressed and worried Rajora being only a giggle. The answer to the clearly stressed and worried Rajora being only a giggle. The answer to the clearly stressed and worried Rajora being only a giggle. The answer to the clearly stressed and worried Rajora being only a giggle. It is quite funny, isn't it? Rajora stated with another giggle. Oh, who am I kidding? I can't get angry at you. However, that fruit isn't something that you should eat so much of, Ganyu. It'll make you all chubby and make it hard for you to walk. Young Ganyu just gave her mother a curious gaze, somewhat understanding what her guardian was saying. All right, my child. All right, my child. Let's get you back home and work on getting you all cleaned up. No. All right, my child. Let's get you back home and work on getting you all cleaned up. No. All right, my child. All right, my child. Let's get you back home and work on getting you all cleaned up. Your father is worried sick about you. She pouted as a message of letting her mom know that she was sorry. Ganyu was impressed at how intelligent she was at such an age, enjoying the memory that she had adored for the enjoying the memory that she had adored from the day it had occurred. Enjoying the memory that she had adored from the day it had occurred. Hey, Jaster. I'm sorry, man, that I've been so quiet, but life has just been a fucking
bitch lately. Like, if you've read the posts, you know exactly what's going on my fucking foot. The devs and the family, man, 2024 just hit me with a sucker punch. Me and my family is what I should say. But I thank you for the appreciation and the continued support. Nostalgic thought. Enjoying the memory that she had adored from the day it had occurred. Out of the nostalgic thoughts, the same... Oh. Out of her nostalgic thoughts, the same light from before burst through the world around her. Out of her nostalgic thoughts, the same light from before burst through the world around her, as if some force were able to bend the laws of the world had punched a hole through reality. Once again, Ganyu just followed. Nope, we're not dealing with you. Oh, for God's sakes. I hate when this happens. It's a bug. Luckily, we're not too far in, so it's not that much of a loss if we lose it. Hello? And task. I'm not waiting a gazillion light years for you to get your shit together. Hurry up. Oh, you son of a bitch. And task. Thank you. Yeah, it is. Alright, let's try that again. And hopefully it did save automatically, so hopefully we don't have to do that all again. Otherwise that's gonna fucking suck. Cover. Wait, what the hell? Oh, I think I know what that is. Yeah, it is what I think it is. It is what I think it is. Okay, please tell me that you just saved out of... Okay. I think that we've got a save, so that's good. Alright, let me get these out of the way first. This one. Okay, I need to figure out where the hell we even are right now. Alright, let's see. Out of her nostalgic thoughts. Okay, I need to figure out if there's any, like, mistakes or anything that didn't get clipped out. Her nostalgic thought, all cleaned up. Your father is worried sick about you. She pouted as a message of letting her mom know that she was sorry. Ganyu was impressed at how intelligent she was at such an age, enjoying the memory that she had adored from the day it had... They're saved. They're saved. Curd. Out of her nostalgic thoughts, the same light from before burst through the world around her, as if some force Jesus Christ. As if some force able to bend the laws of the world had punched a hole through reality. Once again, Ganyu just followed it, knowing she needed to keep going to finish the trial. Okay, pull that back. Once again, Ganyu just followed it, knowing she needed to keep going to finish. Okay. Let's save this real quick. Just to be absolutely sure. Alright. Okay. I need another drink. I'll be right back. you know, I gotta admit, I've wanted to do these types of vids like you do, but it seems like a lot of learning. It is. It is. I started this 7 years ago. But I learned from a lot of people, and I've learned from a lot of researching how to do this stuff. It is a lot of learning. It's also just a lot of work. I mean, if you want to get to this level, you're going to need the right setup. You're going to need the right knowledge. You're going to know how to learn to take criticism. Like, that's one of the biggest aspects of being a content creator as a whole. Like, you got to be able to recognize what is constructive and what's not constructive. Like, the setup I've got cost me around $180. Mine is the computer. The computer was long before this setup. But yeah, it cost me about $180 on Amazon, and it's worked ever since. And it's worked ever since the day I put it in. That is the AT2020. I think that's what it's called. Audio Technica 2020, something like that. XLR microphone, the Behringer Euphoria UMC 22 audio interface, the Audio Technica. I don't remember what these ones are called. ATH-M20X headphones for monitoring, which is basically you can hear yourself while you're recording a lot more clearly if you had your open ears on. Then there's the mic stand, which costs about $10, $20. The pop filter, which I would imagine is only, 10? And then there's the mic cord, which is, I would guesstimate around maybe, depends honestly, like, 20, $50? I got it in a bundle. That's how I got it for cheap. The headphones came separate. These were $50. Again, not bad, considering you pay a crap ton of money out of your ass in order to get the pro stuff. If anybody ever tells you that you need like the top-notch XLR microphone to be good, they're lying their ass off. This mic right here, $100. $100 for the mic and a little bit more for the setup that you need. You're gonna need the cord, you're gonna need the audio interface, and you're gonna need a good computer. But other than that, it's worked for me. This mic is said to be one of the best. It's the AT2020, and I've heard from several sources that this mic is like the best beginner XLR microphone that will last you long and has great quality to it. So you don't need something like what's the one that every streamer uses? It's the I can't think of what it's called. I can see it plain as day, but I can't even remember what the brand of it is. But it's the streamer mic. It's the one that everybody uses with a low noise floor, so that you have to turn the gain up a shit ton in order to be heard. It's great for podcasts, and it's great for voice acting. It's great for vocal work too. I cannot remember the name of it to save my goddamn life. But anyways, besides the point, I think that, isn't it the Rode something? No, I can't remember. But anyways, you don't need a $500 microphone to get started. All you need is a good microphone with a decent amount of quality that you can work with. Trust me, this is the best mic I've had. And I have a backup right over here just in case, which is my Blue Snowball that cost me about $50.
Trial. Once again, Ganyu just followed it, knowing she
Basically, you can get a lot for less. Like, sometimes there's cases of things being cheap and it's not good, but when it comes to microphones, it's a very, very kind of diverse place. Like, it's very it's subjective, like what art is. Because some people don't want like a very expensive microphone, or some people have like a very specific voice for a specific sound. You know, this microphone is perfect for every kind of voice you can imagine, and that's why I love it so much. It's cheap, it works, it's effective, and it's durable.
To keep going, once again, Ganyu just followed it, knowing she needed to keep going to finish the trial. My God.
Through the second portal of
Through the second portal of blinding light came another memory she recognized immediately. It had occurred a few years after the last memory, and was the practical rehab that had broken her unhealthy addiction.
Bring that back. I'm pretty good in the money department. I'm learning so much though from you alone in like the past several minutes than I have learned by myself. Yeah, this is. Let me tell you what. You don't need all of this in order to be good for start. At the beginning, you're gonna be rough. You're gonna be a beginner. Everybody goes through this phase. You're gonna have your problems. You're gonna have your, you're gonna have things you like, things you don't like, and people are going to judge you. Like, someone told me to get a better microphone after about, 2 years of using the freaking McDonald's microphone, and I did. I got the Blue Snowball, which is a USB microphone. Which honestly, you can't go wrong with freaking XLR. XLR is the top notch that you're gonna get. But the Blue Snowball, there's a lot of people that say it's a bad microphone. I have never had a problem with it. The problems that I had with it were not with the mic itself, it was with the software. This software. The software tends to have its little bugs, its little hiccups every once in a while. You're going to get that regardless, no matter what, with everything. So, the Blue Snowball to me, is it the best sound you can get? No, absolutely not. It is a very heavy noise floor microphone, which basically what that means is it picks up a lot of sound. So the noise floor on it is ridiculously high, but that's why I say XLR. But I'd only recommend doing XLR if you're ready to take something seriously. That's what I did. Basically, I said to myself when I decided to make the decision to get an XLR is this what I want to do for the rest of my YouTube career or for the rest of my life? And I said yes to myself because I love it. I love doing voice acting. I love doing the weird voices. I love reading. I love making these stories for you guys, even though they are a major pain in the ass sometimes. But that's your job naturally. It's going to happen. But basically, I said to myself to get an XLR microphone when I was ready because I didn't want to spend a shit ton of money to go into something that is not going to be good for me. I'm not going to enjoy it. Get into the heavier stuff when you feel like this is what you want to do. Because if you spend like over $100 or $200 on something that is just a waste of money at that point, then you've lost money for no reason. So take it easy. Like spend $50 on the Blue Snowball, download Audacity. Like, to get started, all you need is Audacity, the Blue Snowball, and a decent amount of editing knowledge. That's all you need to know. You need to just know how to edit out the mistakes, use the noise reduction, which is a little tricky, I'm not going to lie, because it depends on your microphone, honestly. Because every mic is different. This one, let's see, what's my default settings in Audacity? That'd be in our noise reduction. Oh, I have to choose a sample. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So you just select a piece of audio that's like clear, and basically what noise reduction is it reduces the sound of the audio based on that little sample. That's why you want an open audio, like there's nothing in there, because then it won't like play with the wavelength. But I do mine at a decibel range of 11. That's enough to not make the audio sound muddy as hell, which makes it sound like it's just horrible. The sensitivity is at 6. I don't think I ever toyed with that. I think I just toyed with this part right here, the 11. And you want to make sure it says reduce, not residue. And then you just push get noise profile. You push Control A to select it all, or double click on the track. And then you just repeat it, and boom, there you go. But it all depends. 11 is a good one on this one because it doesn't have as much as a noise floor as like your USB microphones. But yeah, it's pretty simple once you get used to it and once you learn how to use it. Like, there's a lot of things that you can learn from YouTube alone. But I'm glad these, these streams actually bring some knowledge to like, what am I looking for? Like, I'm glad that these provide knowledge to you guys, because it is so important for me to give you guys knowledge about it too. Like, that's why I do these. I do these to, like, give people who want to do this knowledge. Like, if they want to do this, I want to give them, what they need in order to, like, get started. But yeah, you don't need the most expensive stuff on the market. You just need a simple microphone, editing knowledge, and a recording program. That is it. And a good computer. You need a good computer as well. But I'm talking like a laptop with a good amount of RAM. Like, I'm using an HP notebook right now that has about 4 gigs of system memory in it, which is RAM. That's not much, but it works. Anyways,
Through the second portal,
welcome back, Primordial One. Mushroom Show. Okay.
blinding light.
I love your passion and commitment. This info is so useful, bro. Well, yeah. I've basically passed the point where I am being taught things, even though I do learn new things every once in a while. But I use 2 programs specifically. This one and FL Studio. But FL Studio is for when you really want to take things seriously. Like, I don't know if you want to do audiobooks, like just an audiobook format, or if you want to take it to the level of like what I do and make it sound realistic. Like, add in the sound effects and all of the like voice effects as well. Because that is a lot of fucking work. But it is possible. It just takes a long time to learn.
Through the second portal of blinding light came another memory she recognized immediately. It had occurred a few years after the last memory, and was the practical rehab that had broken her unhealthy addiction to the berries. Mommy?
No.
Mommy? Is this really necessary?
That's really hard. It is hard to say, because I have to do like baby talk. So I'm not good at that, as you can tell.
Mommy, is this really necessary?
Hard to say.
Mommy, is this really necessary?
Okay. Like, I can't do the nerd sound. I can't do like the nerd talk thing. Like, where you have to do the lisp and all that shit. I can't do that. But I just hope that you guys enjoy the content and learn something. Because that's what I'm here for. I'm here to provide knowledge, and I'm here to provide content for you guys. That's what I do this for. It's not for the money. It's not for the views. It's for entertainment. Because I love seeing the comments like, whoa, this is awesome. Whoa, I didn't see that coming. Something like that. I love seeing those kinds of comments because it shows I'm doing a good job. You guys are entertained. And I'm just happy to make content for you guys. They say you're becoming a master if you do something for 10,000 hours. Gosh, this was entertaining beyond belief. I was originally just planning to stop by, but now I'm invested. Yeah. Oh, another tip. If you plan to get into this, start small. Don't start big. Because here's the thing. There's also the audience. Like, if you start out on YouTube, it's going to be rough. YouTube is like a very, very hard system to get noticed in. I got lucky because at the time when I joined, the My Little Pony fandom was at like its peak. The peak was actually around 2012, 2013-ish, but I came in around 2015. So the fandom was still like very high up in its peak. So MLP Grimdark was a good thing. Like, it was very popular. So I got noticed. And, well, I've just been building off of that. Because I'll be honest with you guys, pony stuff isn't really something I'm invested in as much anymore. I really like doing stuff like this, where I can expand my horizons and really do things that I want to do. Because if you guys could like just be me for a second, you'd understand how I'm able to come up with these ideas. My imagination is huge.
Mommy, is this really necessary? Young Ganyu had spoken, staring at the Staring at the monolith of a mountain that was
Not to
Mount
mention, this game has really taught me some words that I never even knew about.
Hulao. Staring at the monolith of a mountain that was Mount Hulao. My dear. My dear? No. My dear. I've warned you. My dear. I've warned you about eating too many of those berries, and you decided not to heed. Rajora.
Also, as for the voice acting, honestly, I've never taken any classes. You know where I've got my voice acting from? Watching others, learning, listening, and paying attention. Because all voice acting is just you putting yourself into another character's shoes and really acting in their place. People have different perspectives when they're voice acting. For me, it's closing my eyes and imagining myself in that position. Like, what was the one where I actually like cried? It was the scene with Rainbow Dash, I think, where I put myself like, this is kind of a spoiler alert, but there's a scene in Reborn in the last part where Scoodloo and Rainbow Dash are talking, and it's a sad scene. So I had to play a character who is not only like mentally broken, but also like just like, how do I put this? Like sad. She's sad, she's angry, she's happy, like kind of sort of. So I basically put myself in that character's shoes. Well, horseshoes at that point. And basically just went for it. That's literally the majority of my voice acting. I just go and wing it. 100%, that's all I do. I just wing it. Because, believe it or not, I'm not really an emotional person in real life. But how I practice my voice acting, like if you guys are just seeing me talking to you guys and I go like, oh yeah, like this, like that. You know, I do like a weird voice. That is me practicing my voice acting because I like to kind of practice in like those kind of ranges and stuff like that. Like finding all the voices for the main 6 when I was doing the pony readings. Like Twilight is basically Kuching in this story. Little nasally up here in the nasal cavity. While Ganyu is more like Fluttershy but deeper, kind of harder to do because like how do I explain Ganyu? She's a lot of breath, less voice. So she's kind of like this, like a little shy, a little scared, very breathy. I run out of breath really fast when I do this voice. Then there's characters that are more like Celestia, where it's up in this, like, it's up in the nasal cavity, but more in the head voice, like down in the chest area. Then there's like easy characters like Applejack's just straight southern accent. Who am I missing? Rarity. Rarity's just very posh and very fancy, like darling. You know, very fun. Pinkie Pie, we don't talk about Pinkie Pie. We just don't talk about Pinkie Pie. Who am I missing? Am I missing anybody? Oh, Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash, honestly, is just a wing it voice. Like, I just kind of go a little bit more hard in my voice and just kind of go a little high, do some, intentional voice cracks and stuff like that. I'm Rainbow Dash, 20% cooler, stuff like that. And that don't hurt. I actually do voice acting depending on what I do it more for fun, but I understand and get into the shoes and emotions. When I read stories, I can get emotions and cry as well. It's exciting. Yeah, it's very fun. That's why I love voice acting. It's just you basically putting yourself into another character's shoes and bringing them to life. I mean, when I hear the final product of these things and go, that's me. That's actually really cool because I'm really bringing the character to life. I'm playing that character. I'm bringing them to life in a story that is fictional.
That was Mount Hulao. My dear, I've warned you about eating too many of those berries, and you decided not to heed. Rajora replied. Okay, you're being... Okay, you're behaving. Good.
I was checking Audacity.
Alright, where did I go? Rajora replied. Therefore,
Like, this voice was a little hard to control because it's all over the place. But you get the idea.
I must Therefore, I must teach no. Therefore, I must punish you in a way that'll make you Therefore, I must punish you in a way that'll actually make you listen to me. Therefore, I must punish you in a way that'll actually make you listen to me. So, this mountain will be your punishment. We're going to get rid of that chubby belly by walking from the
This is fine if you mess up.
We're going
Like, people really discredit themselves if they fuck up. It's gonna happen. It doesn't matter who you are, it's gonna happen.
to get rid of that We're going to get rid of that chubby belly by walking from the bottom of it to the very bottom by walking from the bottom of it to the very top peak. We're going to get rid of that chubby belly by walking from the
Bottom of it. But yeah, it does take a long time to learn to get to like this level of content. It doesn't happen overnight.
the bottom of it. We're going to get rid of that chubby belly by walking from the bottom of it to the very top peak and back down for an entire week.
Hello.
Your grandmother and I used to take this trail and do the same thing every day, and it broke my habit with those berries. Week.
Okay, I need to bring that back a little bit more.
Your grandmother and I used to take this trail and do the same thing every day, and it broke my habit with those berries as well.
That needs to come back a little bit more.
Trail and do the same thing every day, and it broke my habit with those berries as well.
I actually kind of love the trying rather hard voices. Some are easier than others, you know. Some poke screen. Yeah, Rainbow Dash is like one of those voices. Even Ashley Ball, the voice actress of Rainbow Dash, didn't really know what to do for Rainbow Dash. So she just kind of tensed up her body and pushed it out. That's literally what Rainbow Dash is. It's like her tensing up every muscle and pushing out whatever the hell comes out.
So,
Like, my favorite voices are villains, 110%. Same thing with, like, douchebags, assholes, you know, those characters are fun. Those are just the fun ones where you can just go full ham and not even worry about making a mistake. Like, I'll be honest with you guys, a lot of the time, sometimes I'll be talking as a villain and I'll make a mistake, but I'll look back on it and be like, that actually fits. Because sometimes you have to add these little things to the voices to give them life. Like chuckles, or like by like, what's the word? Stuttering stuttering on some words or repeating words. Like, those are the things that bring characters to life, give them unique sounds.
and do the same entire week. Your grandmother and I used to take this trail and do the same thing every day, and it broke my habit with those berries as well. So, I will do the same with you to make sure you never touch those things again, unless you are instructed to.
I heard that. I don't know why these things tend to get stuck in the noise gate, but they do.
Young Ganyu.
So, get rid of that.
Young Ganyu pouted, but strangely didn't object to her mother's words. Again, Ganyu was surprised by just how mature she had been at such a young age. Come along, Ganyu, Rajora directed. We've got a long day. Rajora directed. We've got a long day ahead of us and need to get started if we want to get back to... And need to get started if we want to be back by dinner. And need to get started if we want to get back to... And need to get started if we want to be back by dinner time.
Bring that back.
Following that, ahead of us, and need to get started if we want to be
There we go.
back by dinner time. Following that, mother and daughter began the long and egregious ascension up. of Mount Hulao. Following that, mother and daughter began the long and egregious ascension up Mount Hulao, having stopped to only rest 2 times before they had having stopped to rest only 2 times before they had reached the highest point of the colossal mass. At the top, Ganyu and Majora had stopped to take in the sights of the view. Ganyu feeling as if she were above the heavens. It's so pretty up.
That's what Liwei's like too. That's why I put it that way. You feel like you're above the heavens.
here. Ganyu feeling as if she were above the heavens.
Can you bring that back a little bit?
Sights of the view. Ganyu feeling as if she were above the heavens. It's so pretty up here. Look at the clouds, Mommy. It's like we're above the sky. Why do I feel like I'm talking like an Irish?
We're above the school. I know, it sounds like an Irish accent. And I don't mean to do that. I don't mean to do that. It just comes out. I'm like, just go with it. It works, I guess.
Boy, we're above the sky.
Because I can't talk like I don't have any teeth. I have teeth.
We're above the sky. Rajor merely smiled at her daughter's exclamations.
I've always been a good writer too, so that's just natural talent. I can't really give you any pointers on that. Like, I've just always been a very, very good natural writer. That's just always been one of my talents.
Having responded to the sky, Rajor merely smiled at her daughter's exclamations, having responded exactly the same way when she saw that breathtaking view for the first time as well. Yes, it is beautiful up here, Rajor replied. A perfect place for us to stop and rest.
Nope. I heard that. That is explosive. We need this one and this one. Oh, it's hot in here.
For a while. A perfect place for us to stop and rest for a while. She offered her daughter a seat. She offered her daughter a seat under one of the.
I don't know why I couldn't do this.
She offered her daughter a seat under one of the trees, pulling out a basket and offering Ganyu one of the servings she'd prepared as a reward for her making it to the top. And offering Ganyu one of the servings she'd prepared as a reward for her making it to the top. Are those Vasca weaves? Ganyu questioned. A reward? Ganyu questioned. A reward for our efforts. Rajora confirmed, handing her child her portion, to which Ganyu accepted. Eat it slowly, or I'll take it away. We need to get that appetite of yours under control as well. Okay, Mommy.
Wasn't bad.
Ganyu.
Yeah, baby talk is not one of my strong suits.
Agreed. Ganyu agreed. I'm sorry that I eat so much food. Why do
It sounds like an accent.
I'm sorry that I eat so much food.
It sounds like. It almost sounds like a German accent in a way, kind of, sort of. I don't know. It's weird.
Is this? I'm sorry that I eat so much food.
Food. It's that part. Food. It's like an accent almost. Like, I don't know how someone would pronounce that, but that sounds like an accent, like way of saying food. Wood.
Why is this coming out as an accent? It's not supposed to be an accent. It's supposed to be baby talk. I'm sorry that I eat so much food.
That's good.
Rajor.
That'll work. Yeah, it happens with adult voices too. Not like adult voices, but like villains or something like that. Like, villains usually talk in like a special voice, so I tend to throw in an accent.
Patted her daughter lightly. I'm sorry that I eat so much food. Rajor patted her daughter lightly on the head. assuring her that it wasn't entirely her fault.
Wait, what is that? Oh, it's fine. Don't know what that is.
Ganyu, sweetheart. You don't need to be sorry. No, you don't need to be sorry.
Because it is actually in lore that Ganyu was like a heavy eater because she was obese. Like if you played Genshin Impact and you've been to Leeway, you know what Cloud Retainer says about her childhood. So yeah, it's funny. So yeah, I implied that into the story as well, but also made it into my own story as well. Because I wanted to kind of add that little detail. It wouldn't make any sense if it wasn't the other way around, right?
Assured. You don't need to be sorry. Rajora assured. Sheelan naturally have rigorous appetites when they are still... Sheelan naturally have rigorous appetites when they are still young. So, it's not something I can really... So, it's not really something I can blame you for. So, it's not really something I can blame you for. It's an adult Sheelan's responsibility to stop the natural bad habits of our offspring. Hence, why we're here on Mount Hulao enjoying a snack and admiring the gorgeous sights nature offers to those... Hence, why we're here...
Oh, I already took the entire line.
Here on Mount Hulao. Hence, why we're here on Mount Hulao enjoying a snack and admiring the gorgeous sights... nature offers to those willing to reach the peak. And admiring the gorgeous sights nature offers to those willing to reach the peak. Isn't this
is a hard line.
Isn't this hike... No,
Hike.
Isn't this hike hard for you too? Why did...
Yep, Stitch came out. Isn't this hike hard for you too, Mama?
Stitch come out? Isn't this hike hard for you too? Why did Stitch come out? But no. Isn't this hike for you? Fuck me in the ass. Isn't this hike hard for you too? Isn't this hike blah blah blah? Stitch, get out of here.
We want you.
Isn't this hike hard for you too, though? The young half Cheelan questioned. Isn't this hike hard for you too, though? The young half Cheelan.
That's hard. Isn't this hike hard for you too, though? Like I can do it flawlessly when the fucking red light's not on. Am I happy with that?
Questioned. Isn't this hike hard for you too, though?
I can hear Stitch in there. That's bugging me. Isn't this hike hard for you? Like I just gotta talk like I don't have a tongue. Isn't this hike hard for you too, Mommy? Isn't that what she says? Something like that. Are those Vasco weaves? I think it's because I was trying to say how it's worded. I just gotta kind of put it my own way. Alright, we're gonna retry that. Oh, fucking hell. Alright, let's get rid of that. It's... Oh, God. For you too, though. Yeah.
Isn't this hike hard for you too, though?
Why couldn't I have just done that the other day? Like, seriously, what the fuck? Noise reduction. Get noise profile. Control A, Control R. Alright, let's see if that might work. Volume might be a little different, but that's okay.
Reach the peak. Isn't this hike hard for you too, though?
That sounds much better. Whatever the hell that Stitch... was
to those willing to reach the peak. Isn't this hike hard for you too, though? The young half Cheelan questioned.
Come on.
The young Half-Cheelin questioned. Of course. But it's my duty as your mother to do what's right for you. But it's my duty as your mother to do what's right for you. Even if it's hard on me to do so. It's something you'll have to do.
I remember this line. This was a pain in the ass.
Even if it's hard on me to do so. It's something you'll have to do as some.
I was getting mad.
It's something you'll have to do. Why is this such a hard sentence to say? It's something you'll have to do someday as well, Ganyu. One day, you'll have your own children and will have to guide them just as I am now. Only then, you'll have your own children and will have to guide them just as I am now. Only then will you understand why, while this punishment may seem harsh, it's for your own good. Okay, Mommy. I promise to be the best mommy ever. I want to be just like you when I'm older.
This is coming. It is. It is. I want to try that again. Let's see. Where am I?
Now, like half-assed. Okay, Mommy. I promise
That's not
be
bad.
the best
Okay,
mommy
Mommy.
ever. I want to be just...
It's like a fucking, like, New Yorker accent or something. I don't fucking know. Okay, I need to practice that first.
Okay, Mommy.
That just sounds something, I don't know.
Okay, Mommy. I promise to be the best mommy ever. I wanna be just like you when I'm older.
I don't fucking know, guys. I don't know. Ugh.
Like you when I'm... I promise to be the best mommy ever. I wanna be just like you when I'm older.
Hard.
This is coming out like half-assed, but whatever.
Yeah, this is not gonna be easy. Welcome to voice acting with Sparrow9642. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. You guys get to see the behind-the-scenes stuff. The fun stuff. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Right here.
Okay, Mommy. I promise to be the best mommy ever. I wanna be just like you when I'm older. I wanna be just like you when I'm older.
That might work. I know that end part sounds like I'm saying older, like a British person, but I'm not trying to. I'm not trying.
I wanna be just like you when I...
Yeah, it just, I don't know. I tried, okay? I fucking tried. That's why I like being a YouTuber. I'm my own boss. I say what goes. Control R. Let's see if this might work. I just hope it sounds good. That's all I can say. Ugh.
I'm older. Okay, Mommy. I promise to be the best mommy ever. I wanna be just like you when I'm...
That sounds okay. That sounds okay. For a kid voice. Sparrowman, if this gets posted when you're done with it, I'll probably go back and rewatch it, but I got things to do now. It's gonna be posted. I always leave my streams up, unless they're like really, really short.
Older. Okay, Mommy. I promise to be the best mommy ever. I wanna be just like you when I'm older.
That sounds okay. For a mommy voice, or a kid voice.
Rajora chuckled at her daughter's words, happy that she'd left a positive impression on Ganyu's happy that she'd left a positive impression on happy that she'd left a positive impression on Ganyu's view of her future aspirations. However, happy that she'd left a positive impression on Ganyu's view of her future aspirations. However, that wouldn't be for a long time in her daughter's life. Likely centuries upon centuries from now. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that, sweetie. Now, let's eat these Vasca weaves.
See, it came out kid voice.
I'm glad to hear that, sweetie. Now, let's eat these Vasca leaves. Now, let's eat these Vasca leaves. Vasca. Now, let's eat these Vasca leaves. We still have... Now, let's eat these Vasca leaves. We still have to make the hike back down and home to your father. Young Ganyu nodded her... Young Ganyu nodded her head with a giggle. Young Ganyu nodded her head with a giggle, following up with taking slow and easy bites of her earned reward. The memory ended there, and the same mysterious light tore through the void. However, before moving forward, Ganyu stopped to ponder about all she had seen up to then. What did they all imply that was connected to her current trial?
Okay. Excuse me. Save. Alright, that should work.
Let's see. The first memory was related to growth and mystery. The second was implied with The second was implied with happiness and naivety. The second was implied with happiness and naivety. And this one contained the one thing that everyone aims for in life. The responsibility of guiding their young to assure success in their future. Now, let's connect those factors to my current self. Ganyu pondered. Ganyu pondered deeply for a minute, trying to connect the dots. Not docks. Trying to connect the dots. Eventually, it suddenly clicked.
Okay, let's see if that's correct.
Trying to connect the dots.
That was not right.
Trying to connect the dots. Ganyu pondered deeply for a minute, trying to connect the dots. Eventually, it suddenly clicked, and caused a sense of fear to wash over her at the possibility of what be. Eventually, it suddenly clicked, and caused a sense of fear to wash over her at the possibility of what might be next. Eventually, it suddenly clicked.
Hang on. Let me see if I can get some of that noise out. Oh my god.
And caused a suddenly clicked, and caused a sense of fear to wash over her at the possibility of what might be next. By connecting these key points to my current self, the answer is simply that one's fate isn't sealed in stone. I did achieve success, but not in the way my mom had set me up to accomplish. I lost everything.
Oh, shit.
Was taken in and raised by Cloud Retainer, faced even more loss and trauma, and even now, I don't have the same aspirations that I had back then. I don't wish to have any children right now, nor has that thought ever crossed my mind. After I lost all my... No.
Yep.
Shit.
Breathy. Breath.
I don't wish to have any children right now, nor has that thought ever crossed my mind after I lost my original home to those thugs. To put it simply, these memories are setting a basis for what my life would have been if it had gone undisturbed. Which means that what is about to come next is when my destiny was altered by the course of fate. Ganyu gripped her heart at the sudden realization that she knew what was beyond the light shimmering before her. She was about to relive the memories that she dreaded the most. And that immediately caused her to stop and possibly... She was about to relive the memories that she dreaded the most. And that immediately caused her to stop and possibly consider quitting the trial. However, she knew she couldn't, and that this was all part of the test. And that this was all part of the test. Life wasn't just full of child, and that this was all part of the test.
It's fine to me.
The test.
Okay, bring that back.
This was all part of the test. Life wasn't just
a little further back than that, right there.
Full of life wasn't just full of childhood innocence and aspirations set in stone. No. That was the basic script written by the hand of destiny. No. That was the basic script written by the hand of destiny that everyone wished was all there.
Okay, let's go something like this.
That was the basic script written by the hand of destiny that everyone wished was all there was to a lifetime. However, life had another cruel force that defined the course of wishes and dreams. That had been the test of destiny. No. This had been the test of destiny. Next was the test of fate. Ganyu took a deep breath to prepare herself for the next obstacle course in the... Ganyu took a deep breath to prepare herself for the next obstacle course in this...
Oh. Looks like about right here.
Then, Ganyu took a deep breath to prepare herself for the next obstacle course in this mental trial. Then, with as much bravery and strength as she could display, stepped forward through the lighted gateway. Upon meeting the other side, she was greeted with exactly what she'd expected. Her home was raided by thugs. Every inch of it was ablaze. Her home was raided by thugs. Every inch of it was ablaze in flames, and the Qilin were in a battle to defend their children. Ganyu was beside Rajora, crying in fear of what was happening, and gripping her morphed mother's front leg, and gripping her morphed fucking dicks, and gripping her morphed mother's front right leg, and gripping her morphed fucking dicks, and gripping her morphed mother's front leg, and gripping her morphed mother's front right leg as tight as possible. It was chaos. I can't find my words. It was chaos, and just as vivid. It was chaos, and just as vivid as Ganyu remembered it back then. Her father was guarding her and Rajora from the attacks. Slowly starting to succumb to his wounds. Her father was guarding her and Rajora from the attacks, slowly starting to succumb to his wounds. She wanted to fight back. Wanted to alter the course that fate had paved for her. But just like before, Ganyu was just a child seeking comfort and safety from the madness. There was nothing she could do to alter what was happening again in front of her, and could only relive the pain and sorrow currently swarming her entire being. Relive the pain.
Yeah, that's a bit of a plosive, I would say.
Yep. Relive the pain, but only relive the pain and sorrow currently swarming her entire being. Rajora! I can't hold up much longer, spoke Ganyu's father. Please, run and take care of Ganyu.
These need to go down. They're a little too noisy. But that's because I forgot to turn on the game knob. Whoopsie. Alright, put that down too. Push this down too as well.
Ganyu! Oh, I'm not leaving you. I'm not leaving you to die. Oh my god. I'm not leaving you to die, Vitoris. We can't abandon our home. Where will we go? Rajora, if you stay here. Oh, Rajora. Rajora, if you stay here, we'll all die. He countered. Please, do what is best for both of you. He lost track of his words. The blood... Oh. He lost track of his words. The blood loss being... He lost track of his words. The blood loss being the cause. There was little time left, and even if she tried to run, Rajora knew that she was likely to be injured. That led to her making the decision that changed Ganyu's life. That led to her making the decision that changed Ganyu's life forever. Oh. Where is it? Hold on, back. Ganyu, listen to me. I need you to run from here. Run until you can't run anymore. Mommy will come find you after this is all over.
Okay.
No, I can't. The Qilin quivering at her... Oh. Where did it go? The Qilin quivering at her hoof desperately pleaded. Where did it go? I want to stay. I want to be with you and Daddy. I want to stay. I want to be with you and Daddy. Sweetheart. No. Sweetheart, you need to leave. Sweetheart, you need to leave. I promise that I'll find you and bring you back. It's not safe for you now, so please let go. It's not safe for you now. No, it's not safe here for you now, so please let
go. I like the first take better.
I can't. I'm scared.
Okay, pull that back. Let's turn these down a shit ton. Repeat. Let's see if that might work.
Mommy? Sweetheart, you need to leave. I promise that I'll find you and bring you back. It's not safe for you now, so please let... I promise.
Wait, hang on. Oh, oopsie.
That I'll find...
Control Z. I need to re-effect that. This one. There we go.
Need to leave. I promise that I'll find you and bring you back. It's not safe for you now, so please let go. I can't. I'm scared, Mommy.
Pull that back.
I can't. I'm scared, Mommy.
That'll work.
I can't. I'm scared, Mommy. Oh, God. Then Rajora did what she needed to do to assure her daughter's safety and future. With enough force to avoid hurting her, Rajora pried her child from her leg and tossed her far enough from her to send a clear message that she was serious. Ganyu had landed with a little yelp, but upon meeting her mother's gaze, she knew that she needed to listen. Run Run until she couldn't move her legs anymore.
Lion King reference.
Go, Ganyu! No. Go, Ganyu! There we go.
Back.
Go, Ganyu! There we go. Rajora demanded, and after finally realizing her mother wasn't playing, Ganyu turned, and began to run as fast as she could. Once her young self was out of sight, as if fate had been taunting her, Vatoris fell onto the ground, leaving Rajora to defend herself. However, something strange happened instead. The thugs turning their focus away from Rajora and looking in the direction she had run. That had set a fire ablaze in Rajora, and looking in the direction she had run. That had set a fire ablaze in Rajora, having vowed to protect her daughter from the moment she gave birth to her. She worked quickly to stop the pursuit by jumping in their path and did all she could to fight back. Ganyu was no longer in any line of fire, so she had no restrictions as she tore the heads off of her enemies, crushing them with her hooves, and gave them the truest display of a mother's love for their child in the rawest form possible. A display that ended.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Possible. A display that ended form possible. A display that ended up with her as the victor at the cost of a few wounds and her child being lost out in the Liyue wilderness. She had wanted to run out and find Ganyu, but her injuries were far too great for her to even try so. Therefore, she did what was best for her and Ganyu, and allowed herself to rest and heal. I'll come back for you, my little Ganyu. No, I'll come back for you, my little Ganyu. I promise. I'll come back for you, my little Ganyu. I promise. It ended there, but Ganyu already...
Get that noise, that squeaky nose out of there.
It ended there, but Ganyu already knew what was next, so she took the plunge into the next memory upon the light piercing through the stage. Upon meeting the other side, she was met with another grim sight.
Yep. Sure.
That she remembered. Upon meeting the other side, she was met with another grim sight that she remembered so vividly that it stung her heart. The day she had discovered the corpse of Yunha. Yunha. A much older Ganyu was standing in the gateway to a now tattered and scorned. I think I meant to put scorched. A much older Ganyu was standing at the gateway to a now tattered and scorched. A much older Ganyu was standing at the gateway to a now tattered and scorched land of debris that once housed hundreds of innocent people. All she has is a look of confusion on her face, but it quickly dwindles to one of absolute horror at the realization of what the state of the village implied.
Okay.
No! Yunha! She shouts as she runs into the village and begins to look through the ruins. She lifts countless boards. She shouts as she runs into the village and begins to look through the ruins.
Okay, now I've got to figure out where I'm going here.
She shouts as she runs into the village and begins to look through the ruins.
Delete. This might work.
She shouts as she runs into the village.
Oh, shit.
And begins to
see if that might work.
And to the village and begins to look through the ruins. To the village and begins to look through the ruins.
All right, man.
She lifts countless boards, shouts her friend's name hundreds of times. To the village and begins to look through the ruins. She lifts countless boards, shouts her friend's name hundreds of times, prays that the worst case scenario hasn't come to pass. Prays that the worst case scenario hasn't come times. Prays that the worst case scenario hasn't come to pass. But all of those efforts and hopes dwindled to nothing upon lifting a large piece of debris and seeing the motionless corpse of the friend she had made accidentally years ago. The torn half-Chilean can't speak or think at all and just collapses to her knees in tears. Her tears staining the bloody clothing that adorned Yuna's body. Her tears staining the bloody clothing that adorned Yunha's body in absolute sorrow and disbelief. Her tears staining the bloody clothing that adorned Yunha's body in absolute sorrow and disbelief. She falls onto her friend's husk. No. She falls onto her friend's husk. She falls onto her friend's husk and cries for hours, up until she exhausts herself and falls asleep.
Okay.
When she finally awakens, her own clothes are stained with Yunha's crimson life supply, and she's as silent as a mouse scouring a house at night. In other words, her will and soul are broken, and all that remained was rage. The adolescent gets to her feet and starts looking around for specific things, quickly finding what she needed. The remains of a broken arrow that told of who had attacked and murdered her best friend. I won't let your death be pointless, Yunha. These bastards are going to pay the price. From there, the memory shifted to Ganyu taking pursuit on her target. Having found them not far from the village. Rage engulfs her like a volcano on the verge of erupting. Having found them not far from the village. Rage engulfs her like a volcano on the verge of erupting as she approaches and readies herself to exact all hell on those in her crosshairs. As she approaches and readies herself to exact all hell on those in her crosshairs. Who is the one that killed her? 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 She demanded. The thugs all jumped at the sudden intrusion. Thinking that she was an unfortunate damsel that could be easily subdued. thinking that she was an unfortunate damsel that could be easily subdued. Well, easily subdued. That could be easily thinking that she was an unfortunate damsel that could be easily subdued. That could be easily subdued. Damsel. Damsel, thinking that she was an unfortunate damsel that could be easily subdued. Well, and what do we have here? Spoke the member that was likely the leader. A little lamb that's been separated from her herd, or a harlot looking for some action? The group chuckled at the mocking, but Ganyu wasn't even fazed, gripping her bow as tightly as possible. Ah, I see. You're one of those quiet types. The leader continued to mock. Well, unless you've got something to say, I suggest you get lost, little girl. Ganyu didn't even shift, anger leading her to her next action that was sure to show that she wasn't playing around. I won't ask again. I won't ask again, she demanded. Oops. She demanded, drawing up her bow and arrow and aiming it straight at the center point of the leader's forehead. Which of you killed the little girl with Which of you killed the little girl with short black hair? Now the group of thugs were in a state of Which of you killed the little girl with short black hair? Now the group of thugs were in a state of defense, having jumped in surprise at their easy prey taking the offensive. Perfect. Why does the... Alright, let's get this done. Oh shit, where was I? Taking the offensive. Who the hell do you think you are? Who the hell do you think you are, princess? The leader exclaimed. The leader exclaimed. Do you even know who we are? Do you even know who we are? We're the Xiaomei clan, and we don't care about anything but the sweet sensation of collecting the rarest treasures this world has to offer. We don't back down from anything, not even prissy little spitfires like you. Okay. The armed Ganyu was nearing the end of her patience, growing tired of the thug treating her as if she would growing tired of the thug treating her if she were growing tired of the thug treating her as if she were no more than a bug to a human. Growing tired of the thug treating her as if she were no more than a bug to a human. Therefore, she gave him a clear message that would prove that he had messed with the wrong person. You're disgusting, she stated coldly, following with releasing her arrow and inflicting her target with a shot to the shoulder. following with releasing her arrow and inflicting her target with a shot to the shoulder. The monster had no time to react, the sudden infliction of pain causing him to fall to the ground. By the time it had taken him to recover, Ganyu already had another shot repaired, eyeing her prey with pure rage and murderous intent. You dumb bitch! Kill her! You dumb bitch! Kill her! He commanded, directing his cohorts to...
Hang on, I think I can bring that up. Let's go 3.
Her with the intent... You dumb bitch! You dumb bitch! Kill her! He commanded, directing his cohorts to her with the intention to end her life. However, Ganyu had seen that move coming and was prepared. She started to fire arrows at a rapid speed. Each shot hitting and dropping every intended target. Each shot hitting and dropping every intended target. The thugs fell. Each shot hitting and dropping every intended target. The thugs fell like flies, and their leader had come to full realization that this strange girl that had come to his camp in the dead of night was on the prowl for vengeance. Blood stained the ground, and the sounds of his fellow thieves were all that filled the ambience of the... And the sounds of his fellow thieves... And the sounds of his fellow thieves were all that filled the ambience of the night. And the sounds of his fellow thieves were all that filled the ambience of the night. He had tried to get up and run, but Ganyu had pinned him with more arrows. She had pierced his spine and severed his spinal cord, making him no more than a useless bag of bones anymore. With all of his men dead, the thug had been met with his worst nightmare in the faint light that... The thug had been met with his worst nightmare in the faint light that the campfire provided to his current position. He was done. The thug had been met with his worst nightmare in the faint light that the campfire provided to his current position. He was done for, and upon the sight of his predator's approach, he begged for mercy.
Please, I'm sorry for what I did. I'll give you anything. I'll give you anything you want. I'll give you anything you... Please. I'm sorry for what I did. I'll give you anything. I'll give you anything you want. I'll give you anything you... I'll give you anything you want if you spare me. I'll give you anything you want if you spare me. I swear.
Oh, that don't sound that bad.
I'll give you anything you want if you spare me. I swear. I'll give you anything you want if you spare me. I swear.
Ganyu wasn't even fazed by his pleas, having kneeled down to give him the last sight of anything he'd ever see.
Let me get those out. I think that's when I accidentally bumped these. They're very easy to bump into.
Anything he'd ever see.
Shut your damn mouth. Shut your damn mouth.
She demanded. You took my friend.
Shut your damn mouth.
See if that might work.
Shut your damn mouth.
She demanded. You took my friend's life without any remorse or guilt. So why would I spare you of what you deserve? He had no answer. Only fear. Fucking hell. He had no answer. He had no answer, only fear and terror. I keep losing my fucking place. Fuck. He had no way out of this. The answer, only fear and terror. He had no way out of this. That little girl pleaded for your mercy in her last moments. Nope, that's not Ganyu. That little girl pleaded for your mercy in her last moment. That little girl pleaded for your mercy in her last moments. She begged you for her life to not be taken. So you have no right to beg for mine. All I have to give you, all you have the right for, is me to give you exactly what you gave her before you killed her. All you have the right for is me to give you exactly what you gave her before you killed her. Nothing came out of the killer's mouth. No. Nothing came from the killer's mouth. Only sweat from his pores. Nothing came from the killer's mouth. Only sweat from his pores and tears from his eyes. Ganyu had him beyond scared straight, and was too petrified at her presence to mutter a single word. Ganyu had had enough of playing with her prey. Moving to utter a single word. Ganyu had had enough of playing with her prey. Moving to finish her vengeance for Yunha in the best way she felt necessary. Moving to finish her vengeance for Yunha in the best way she felt necessary. She picked him up from the ground and dragged him back to the outer edge of the campfire. She picked him up from the ground and dragged him back to the outer edge of the campfire. She stopped to perform one last thing before finishing her work, forcing his gaze to meet hers as a grim farewell. Remember me, and remember me well, as the one who gave you what you earned. Never forget my face as you burn to nothing but ash in the pits of hell. You burn to nothing but ash in the pits of hell. Nothing but ash in the pits of hell. Burn to nothing but ash in the pits. Burn to nothing but ash in the pits of hell. She never forget my face as you burn to nothing but ash in the pits of hell. She finished her exclamation by tossing him into the flames, listening with pure justice as the fire began to embrace and burn his flesh to charred ash. At first, his screams had made her feel satisfied and relieved, but those emotions quickly shifted to a feeling of distress and guilt. Her work had already done her prey in by the time the reality of what she had just done hit her like the impact of an atomic bomb. She had killed someone. She was no better than the very thugs that had coldly taken Yunha's life. She was a murderer, and it was far too late to undo the damage she had done. She felt sick to her stomach, falling to her knees and She felt sick to her stomach, falling to her knees and falling to her knees and beginning to cry at the horrid realization of what she had just done out of the sole purpose of vengeance and anger. This wasn't who she was, but her hands were stained with the blood of the lifeless bodies the blood of the lifeless bodies surrounding her. Her arrows having taken their lives. It was painful for Ganyu to relive this moment of regret in her life, having clenched her chest in pain at the fact that this was something that she had done. She couldn't deny or run away from it, only accept that she had taken all of those lives that night. Then the scene changed. A tall and clearly unique individual walked those lives that night. Then the scene changed. A tall and clearly unique individual that night. Then the scene changed. A tall and clearly unique individual walking up to her. Ganyu knew exactly who he was, and just how vital this very moment in her life had been to become who she was now. Shangli. Dear child of mine. No. Dear child of mine. Dear child of mine. Why are you crying? They asked. Young Ganyu had jumped at the sudden intrusion, having expected this to be the punishment. Excuse me. Having expected this to be the punishment for what she had committed. Please, I only wanted to do what I thought was right. Please, I only wanted to do what I thought was right. She begged. Please, I only wanted to do what I thought was right. Please. I only wanted to do what I thought was right. She begged desperately. No. She begged desperately. She begged desperately. Please, don't sentence me to... Please don't Please don't sentence me to damnation. Please don't sentence me to damnation. I'm sorry for what I'm truly sorry for what I did. No. Please don't sentence me to damnation. I'm truly sorry for what I did. I'm sorry. Please. Please don't sentence me. Please don't sentence me to damnation. I'm truly sorry for what I... Okay. Kill. Did. Please don't sentence me to damnation. I'm truly sorry for what I did. Oh. There we go. Let's see. Okay, Shangli. Young one. Young one. Young one. Young one. I am no deliverer of damnation. The stranger clarified. The case of vengeance is always the most difficult. The case of vengeance is always the most difficult to discern as a proper reason to take one's life. And while what you did was rightfully earned on his end, it also wasn't the proper way to exact vengeance. However, what I know prevents you from damnation is the fact that you have shown regret in doing so. something that he and his gang didn't show in their actions of savagery. The words touched Ganyu in a way that gave her relief. Having turned her gaze to her new company to see them properly, she still sniffled and wiped tears from her eyes, trying her best to get a hold of herself. However, the stranger beat her to the punch. Trying her best to get a hold of herself. However, the stranger beat her to the punch. I've seen you and who you really are, Ganyu, and know very well that you are not someone who would kill without reason. And know very well that you are not someone who would kill without reason. And know very well that you are not someone who would kill without reason. Your soul is gentle and kind, but every being in this world has a dark side to them. But every being in this world has a dark side to them. But every being in this world has a dark side to them that they sometimes lose control of. It is a part of living, and you lost control over yourself because you are simply part human. And you lost control over yourself because you are simply part human. Ganyu was dumbfounded. He knew her name and the truth about her identity of being only half human, something she had never told anyone besides her adoptive mother. I'm sorry, sir, but how do you know? But how do you know me so well? But how do you know me so well? She questioned. I need a drink. All right there. The figure reached out a hand to help her up from the ground, to which Ganyu hesitated to accept. The figure reached out a hand to help her up from the ground, to which Ganyu hesitated to accept, but eventually took it. On her feet, she hesitated to accept, but eventually took it. On her feet, she just eyed the man with curiosity and slight fear, his eyes glowing like golden ambers from beneath the hood that adorned his head. Because I know all of my children, Ganyu, he answered. You were born in the peaks of serenity, and are the result of your mother, Rizora, engaging with a human man out of non-consensual means. I've watched you grow, engaging with a human man out of non-consensual means. Engaging with a human, and are the result of your mother, Rizora, engaging with a human man out of non-consensual means. I've watched you grow and train with Cloud Retainer on Mount Outshang, and know that you have I've watched you grow and train with Cloud Retainer on Mount Outshang, and know that you've endured a great amount of tragedy. And loss in your life. I also know that you are currently in a state of confusion in your life of I also know that you are currently in a state of confusion in your life of who you think you really are, and I can assure you that there's of who you fusion in your life of who you think you really are, and I can assure you that there's nothing abnormal about that. You are unique, and uniqueness comes with conflict and debation of one's identity. However, I can assure you that you are far from a cold-blooded killer, and that your friend holds nothing against you for what you did. Far from a cold-blooded killer, and that your friend holds nothing against you for what you did. She'd still want to be your friend, and look at you as the same person if she were here with us. A calmness blanketed Ganyu's soul, feeling not so guilty anymore about her bloody act. This person made her feel less anxious or hesitant about the things she had questioned in the past, specifically her identity as a half adeptus. However, specifically her identity as questioned in the past, specifically her identity as a half adeptus. However, she couldn't find it in her heart to forgive herself for her actions, seeing she had killed all of those thugs. She had no excuses. I appreciate your sympathy and advice, sir, but I won't lie to myself that what I've done to avenge Yunha wasn't an act of savagery with unnecessary choices made. She confessed. I must live with what I've done as a reminder to never allow myself to go that far again, and hope that I can make up for it in some way throughout the remainder of my life. The stranger nodded, surprising Ganyu that he actually was on the same page as her. Fuck me in the ass. Why? You turned. Fucking hell. Alright. Back to work before the heater kicks on fucking again. Alright. I think my jungling voice kind of fell off, but oh well. You are a delicate one, Ganyu. They complimented. You are wise and mature for such a young age. And if that's the way you see, you are wise and mature for such a young age. And if that's the way you see as the only way to earn forgiveness from yourself, welcome back. Are wise and mature for such a young age. And if that's the way you see as the only way to earn forgiveness from yourself, then you are already healing. In fact, I might have a way for you to find the answer you seek. Hello? Then you are already healing. In fact, I might have a way for you to find the answer you seek. God, I love my job. God, I love my job. From yourself, then you are already healing. In fact, I might have a way for you to find the answer you seek. In fact, I might have a way for you to find the answer you seek. Hello? I might find a way to fuck. In fact, I might have a way for you to find the answer you seek. In fact, I might have a way for you to find the answer you seek. Huh? No. Huh? What do you mean? Huh? No. Huh? What do you mean? Huh? What do you mean? Oh. Huh? What do you mean? Ganyu questioned. What do you... What do you mean? Ganyu questioned. As I said before, I am not a deliverer of damnation. Huh? What do you mean? Ganyu questioned. As I said before, I am not a deliverer of damnation, but I am a dealer of contracts. Therefore, I have an offer for you, Ganyu. I am not a deliverer of damnation, but I am a dealer of contracts. Therefore, I have an offer for you, Ganyu. A contract that will help you not only overcome your act tonight, but will also help you to become more confident in who you truly are in this world. Ganyu hesitated at the offer. She was intrigued, but needed... She was intrigued.
Oh. Hopefully this just kind of works itself out.
But needed to know... She was intrigued, but needed to know the full details of said contract before making any decisions she may not be able to take back. What would I need to do? No. What would I need to do? She questioned. What would I need to do? She questioned. It's quite simple. But there's something you must know.
Stupid fucking bullshit.
She questioned. It's quite simple. But there's something you must know first. A war is approaching between the gods of this world. One that will likely take a long time to conclude and will lead to the deaths of thousands. I'm asking you to fight by my side and do all you possibly can to protect the people of thousands. I'm asking you to fight by my side. Long time to conclude and will lead to the deaths of thousands. I'm asking you to fight by my side and do all you possibly can to protect the people of Liyue. In return, your sins will be forgiven and you will find peace with yourself when the time comes. Ganyu paused and thought hard.
How's that for a backstory?
Ganyu paused and thought hard about the proposition. It seemed like a fair deal. But the fact that thousands would die made her shiver. Oh my god!
Hint, hello.
But the fact that thousands would die made her shiver.
I can't deal with this shit. I don't understand what that fucking means. If you want to take it anywhere else, take it.
But the fact that thousands would die. But the fact that thousands would die made her shiver. Could she handle losing another friend to war? What you're asking of me.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Maybe something. Paused and thought hard about the proposition. But the fact that thousands would die made her shiver. Could she handle losing another friend to war? What you're asking of me may be something I cannot handle. What you're asking of me may be something I cannot handle. Another friend to war. What you're asking of me Maybe something I cannot handle. She explained. One death led me to this. So, what if I lost another friend on the battlefield? The man nodded his head, solving the issue with the burning question of who he really was. As gentle is a chilling's soul, soul is their heart. No. As gentle is a chilling's soul. As gentle is a chilling's soul. Chillin. As gentle is a chilling's soul, so is their heart. Therefore, as gentle is a chilling's soul, so is their heart. Therefore, I'm willing to teach you things that you would need to survive in the years that would. Therefore, I'm willing to teach you things that you would need to survive in the years that this war. Therefore, I'm willing to teach you things that you would need to survive in the years that this war will bring. They will leave scars that you would need to survive in the years that this war will bring. They will leave scars and trauma, but in the end, I will guide you to the peace you seek. You'd have my word and full wisdom as the god of contracts.
Jesus Christ. Just hope that the fucking noise gate helps here.
In the years that this war will bring. They will leave scars and trauma, but in the end, I will guide you to the peace you seek. You'd have my word and full wisdom as the god of contracts. Ganyu's eyes bulged instantly. God of contracts. Ganyu's eyes bulged instantly. Ganyu's eyes bulged instantly. She knew full well who this proposer of deals was, and knew that everything he... She knew full well who this proposer of deals was, and knew that everything he was saying... This proposer of deals was, and knew that everything he was saying would be fulfilled if she agreed. She didn't say anything for a long minute, only thought over everything she'd been offered up until she finally made her choice. I will fight with you as the... I will fight with you as the price of redemption for my sins, Rex Lapis. No. I will fight with you as the price of redemption for my sins, Rex Lapis. I will fight with you as the price of redemption for my sins, Rex Lapis. The light pierced through again, Lapis. The light pierced through again, but this time, Ganyu had no idea what would be next beyond the portal before her. The Archon War had brought many things in her time.
Such bullshit.
The Archon War had... The Archon War had next beyond the portal before her. The Archon War had brought many things in her time serving the Lord of Geo, so it could literally be anything. However, she could only go forward, so she... However, she could only go forward, so she did exactly that, preparing herself for the worst to come. Passing the blinding rays, Ganyu was met with something unexpected. A blank space that was only occupied by one lone thing. A massive qilin that stood tall above her sat in patience as if it had been awaiting her arrival. And upon eyeing the beast more, Ganyu realized exactly who she was in the presence of. The spirit of the talisman that would be her judge in the trial. The sacred beast peeked its eyes. The sacred beast peeked its eyes open and stared down at her. Its irises radiated a golden glow. No. Its irises radiated a golden glow. Stared down at her. Its irises radiated a golden glow, and Ganyu could feel them reading her over like a stared down at her. Its irises radiated a golden glow, and Ganyu could feel down at her. Its irises radiated a golden glow, and Ganyu could feel them reading her over like a book as a prelude to judgment. Then, in a sudden moment, the monolith spoke. Thou who has accepted the trial, please state your name. It spoke. Its voice was like the tremors of an earthquake and the booming of thunder. She was intimidated. Its voice was like the tremors of an earthquake and the booming of thunder. She was intimidated, but knew that all she had to do was she was intimidated. But knew that all she had to do was tell the truth. My name is Ganyu, she answered. The truth. My name is Ganyu, she answered. I am the daughter of Rijora and adopted. My name is Ganyu, she answered. I am the daughter of Rijora and the adopted daughter of Vitoris of the Peaks of Serenity.
Oh my god.
And the adopted daughter of Vitoris of the Peaks of Serenity.
Shit.
I am the daughter of Rijora and the adopted I am the daughter of Rijora and adopted daughter of Vitoris of the Peaks of Serenity. The beast didn't say anything at first, but after a moment of thought, it spoke again. The beast didn't say anything at first, but after a moment of thought, it spoke again. Say anything at first, but after a moment of thought, it spoke again. Ganyu of Rijora and Vitoris, you have
Get that out of there.
Ganyu of Rijora and Vitoris, you have accepted the trial of ascension and have now come to the final test. Please turn the fucking volume down.
Jesus Christ.
You have accepted the trial of ascension and have now come. You have accepted the trial of
Yep.
You You have accepted the trial of ascension and have now come to the final test. You have now faced both the you have now faced both the test of destiny. You have now faced both the test of destiny and fate. The tests that defy one's existence as a whole to earn the right to earn my blessing. This is the trial of recollection and acceptance, and shall you answer correctly based on what you've just witnessed, you will earn the right to ascend beyond your current self. Do you accept and agree to answer with the absolute truth? Fucking bitch. I'm gonna redo that. Do you accept and agree to answer with the absolute truth? Do you accept and agree to answer with the absolute truth? I do. She answered. The creature nodded its head, commencing the final obstacle that Ganyu needed to conquer. The trial will now begin, so please answer with only the truth. Talk about fucking UFC. Needed to conquer. Make my fucking job harder than it already is. Ganyu needed to conquer. The trial will now begin, so please answer. The trial will now begin, so please answer with only the truth. Otherwise, your soul will remain here in eternal limbo as punishment. I swear. This should not be necessary, but whatever. I'll begin, so please answer with only the truth. Otherwise, your soul will remain here in eternal limbo as punishment. Ganyu gulped at the clear warning as the creature started. Ganyu gulped at the clear warning as the creature started with the first question. What the? Ganyu of Rijora and Fatoris, you arrived here in a much unfamiliar place that you've never seen in your life. Could you please state exactly where the starting point of your You arrived here in a much unfamiliar place that you've never seen in your life. Could you please state exactly where the starting point of your Could you please state exactly where the starting point of your That's plosive. That's plosive. Fucking hell. Could you please state exactly where the starting point of your journey was? Oh shit. Shit. Fucking hell. Lord made a deal with me. Okay, hang on. Oh, you son of a fucking bitch. Ganyu decided not to jump the gun, taking a long moment to think over her original analysis. Oh my fucking god! Taking a long moment to think Ganyu decided not to jump the gun, taking a long moment to think over her original analysis. Taking a long moment to think over her original analysis. She'd guessed her starting point being related to her growth in her mother's. She'd guessed her starting point being related to her growth in her mother's womb. Because all life starts as nothing but a seed being nourished to growth. However, there was one specific thing she looked over that she didn't specify, and that was the mist. Her mind spiked upon suddenly realized what her mind's. Jesus Christ. clarify, and that was the mist. Her mind spiked upon suddenly realized what her mind spiked upon suddenly realizing what it actually meant. Her mind spiked upon suddenly realizing what it actually meant, having been grateful that she'd taken time to think it over. My starting point was the place all unborn life starts, at the crossroads of destiny and fate. She answered, all life starts as nothing more than an idea or thought adrift in a... All life starts as nothing more than an idea or thought adrift in a... All life starts as nothing more than an idea or thought adrift in a sea or mist of dreams, until one aspires to create. All life starts as nothing more than an idea or thought adrift in a sea or mist of dreams, until one aspires to create life and nourish it within their own self. Life is first conceived by whoever controls fate and destiny, because we are all given a path to take in life. Because we are all given a path to take in life, prior to existence by the one who paves it. Prior to existence by the one who paves it. An excellent answer. I'm impressed, young one. Ganyu wanted to celebrate her accomplishment, but knew she was far from done. Therefore, she kept a sharp focus on the task at hand, continuing to listen. Next question. Whoa. Next question. The task at hand, continuing to listen. Next question. Whoa. Next question. I did not mean to shout like that. Okay, let's save. I need to save before something happens. Next question. In your test of destiny, you saw many memories that pertained to the innocence of childhood and growth. Can you explain why these specific memories were critical to the trial itself? Once again, childhood and growth. Can you explain why these specific memories were critical to the trial itself? Once again, Ganyu took a moment to ponder. However, she was pretty confident that her initial analysis was correct, so she gave her response. Childhood is the time of our lives when we are the most ambitious and carefree, building the foundation that eventually leads us to following the path that was paved. It's critical to the trial because without a base to build hope eventually leads us to following the path that was paved. It's critical to the trial because without a base to build hopes and dreams we owe hope to... It's critical to the trial because without a base... It's critical to the trial because without a base to build hopes and dreams we hope to... The path that was paved. It's critical to the trial because without a base to build hopes and dreams we hope to achieve, we can't tread the path at all. The Qilin nodded its head again, confirming that she answered right.
God, I love when people just won't shut up.
Tread the path at all. The Qilin nodded its head again, confirming that she answered right. Confirming that she'd answered correct. Confirming that she'd answered right. The Qilin nodded its head again, confirming that she'd answered right. Very good. You are quite a perceptive... Fuck. You are quite a
I remember this. This was a shit line.
Oh. Alright, you are quite a perceptive. perceptive subject. You are quite a perceptive subject, Ganyu of Rajora and Vitortus. However, Vitortus? Ganyu... You are quite a perceptive subject, Ganyu of Rajora and Vitortus. However, Vitortus? Ganyu... You are quite a perceptive subject, Ganyu of Rajora and Vitortus. You are quite a perceptive subject, Ganyu of Rajora and Vitortus. However, these next questions will be harder for you to answer. Ganyu nodded her head, ready to take on the next challenge the beast had for her. Next question. In the test of fate, you encountered a great amount of your greatest demons and deepest memories. In the test of fate, you encountered a great amount of your greatest demons and deepest memories. The first was a moment in your life where you had to leave what you knew and loved behind. So in doing so, what conclusion did you reach after witnessing it yet again? And how does it reflect as a positive outcome? That made Ganyu stop and go into deep thought, knowing she had to be careful with how she answered this. What conclusion had she met? And how had it affected her life in a positive way? That was a really good question.
Everything was just being an asshole to me.
That was a really good question. And she went over everything again just to make sure she didn't miss anything important. It took a long while, but Ganyu came to an answer that she felt fit the bill. My conclusion is that I have no regrets. My mother did what she did so I could continue to walk my path of destiny and achieve my aspirations. I'm gonna kill a dog! About 5 seconds. And achieve my own aspirations. And achieve my aspirations. Fate may have changed my course. My conclusion is that I have no regrets.
Oh shit. So right here.
And achieve my
Yes.
and achieve my own aspirations. And achieve my aspirations. Fate may have changed my course, but I still carry dreams that I hope to reach in life. So, while I had to lose my home and all I knew to continue down my path, in the end, it never changed me. That's why I am able to have hope in the darkest hours, and am able to continue to chase my dreams. Because I stayed on the road that was paved for me by fate and destiny regardless of my obstacles. I've lived happily without having any regrets or hatred for anything in my life, even if they were originally cruel and tragic in nature. It went silent for a minute. In nature. It went silent for a minute, causing sweat to seep from her pores in anxiety of the verdict. However, upon the mythical beast bowing its head subtly, Ganyu let out a long breath of relief that she had passed her current roadblock. Ganyu let out a long breath of relief that she had passed her current roadblock. Very well done. You recognize life as something that is precious, but also cruel at times. The path of life is treacherous and a double-edged sword. One day you can be living a normal and productive life. Then, in a flash, it can One day you can be living a normal and productive life. Then, in a flash, it can change completely. Your strength has no limits, Ganyu of Rajora and Vatoris, showing that you are ready for the next question. Ganyu nodded confidently, ready for whatever this godly being would say next. She knew she was in the final stretch of the trial, but getting to the finish line was going to be a taxing feat to accomplish. Next question. In your test of fate, you are met with the memory of your greatest regret. Having grown and become more mature, do you still have any shred of regret for what you did that night? She had been correct. The questions were getting harder to answer. She had been correct. The questions were getting harder to answer and dealt with her inner conflict, and dealt with her own inner conflict that she had still dealt with her getting harder to answer and dealt with her own inner conflicts that she had still carried to the questions were getting harder to answer. And dealt with her own inner conflict that she to answer and dealt with her own inner conflict that she still carried after hundreds of years. This was a personal question that she knew she couldn't lie about to answer. This was a personal question that she knew she couldn't lie about the answer to, and that was this was a personal question that she knew she couldn't lie about the answer to, and that was the point. This was a personal question that she knew she couldn't lie about the answer to, and that was the point. This trial was a feat, and that was the point. This trial was a feat of confronting everything about herself, and she was now to the hardest parts that she questioned about herself. She took a deep breath and began to spill the truth. I do. She answered softly. My lord made a deal with me that I hope to erase all of my regret for what I did that night. But, in the end, I've come to realize that there's nothing in this world that can erase my sins. Doing so would be selfish and cold of me, and that's not who I am and never will be. Doing so would be selfish and cold of me, and that's not who I am and never will be. I killed that man and his entire gang that night. And that's the truth. Nothing, not even the might of the gods, can erase what I've done. And I'll accept my punishment when the day comes that I am judged for my actions in life. If eternal damnation is the price I must pay, then I will endure it. Silence followed, but the Qilin clearly showed that she had given the right response. It nodded its massive head and began to speak again. Accepting who you are and that what Accepting who you are and that what has been done cannot be undone is the greatest step of maturity. You have accepted your sins and the cost that may come in death, meaning you have cleansed your soul and will of any impurity. The creature paused for a moment, to which she assumed meant that the next question was the last one. This would be the hardest obstacle to pass, but she was ready to confront whatever came next, standing tall and proud before the gargantuan being that would declare her verdict. You have reached the last question of the trial, and this will be your determining factor if you are worthy of my blessing. So, as the last question, I ask you, Ganyu of Rizhora and Fatoris, do you know who you truly are and your purpose in walking the pathway of destiny and fate? This question was definitely the hardest. This question was definitely the hardest. Seeing it dealt with her greatest insecurity about herself, her identity. Seeing it dealt with her greatest insecurity about herself, her identity. Who was she to herself? That was a question that Who was she to herself? That was a question that everyone has to eventually face, seeing if you don't know yourself, how can you grow into a better and confident person towards your goals and dreams? Ganyu paused to think hard, making sure to go over every aspect of the trial. She had accepted the truth about her greatest regrets, made it clear that fate couldn't alter her course. Made it clear that fate couldn't alter her course to her destiny, and had spoken truths from the deepest corners of her psyche. She'd practically confessed every part of herself and life to the Qilin before her, all except for the one realization she had a hard time accepting. Was she human? Was she a human or a Qilin? What was her true identity? Was she a human or a Qilin? What was her true identity to herself? She gave her answer. The truth is that I'm a human and a Qilin, and just like with my sins, it's something that no force can ever change. I'd always felt insecure around humans due to my past, but also didn't see that not all humans are gem. But also did not see that all humans are But also didn't see that not all humans are gem. But also didn't see that not all humans are judgmental. I realized that the day I met Yunhe, because she saw me as nothing but a friend and myself. The same goes for the day I encountered my beloved for the first time, because while her views were different from mine about the gods, she accepted me for who I was. It's thanks to the happiness and peace I had longed for me for who I was. It's thanks to the happiness and peace I had longed for that I no longer see myself as some kind of abnormality in this world. Yunhe befriended me for who I was, and Kuching right here. And Kuching Yunhe befriended me for who I was, and Kuching loves me for who I am, both as a human and Qilin. And that makes me confident that it doesn't matter who I am. I will always be a hybrid creation from a human and Qilin, and that I can accept. And I can accept that because Yunhe, Kuching, and all of my and Qilin, and that I can accept. And I can accept that because Yunhe, Kuching, and all of my, and I can accept that because Yunhe, and I can accept that because Yunhe, Kuching, and all of my comrades I fought with in the Archon War.
or the can accept that because Yunha can accept that because Yunha that because accept that because Yunha Kuching accept that because Yunha Kuching and I will always be a hybrid creation from a human and Qilin, and I can accept that because Yunha Kuching and all of my comrades I fought with in the Archon War, and I can accept that because Yunha, and I can accept that because Yunha, Kuching, and all of my comrades I fought with in the Archon War, or the aspirations fate and destiny led me to, and all of my comrades I fought with in the Archon War, or Kuching, and all of my comrades I fought with in the Archon War, or the aspirations fate and destiny led me to. I will always be a hybrid creation from a human and Qilin, and I can accept that because Yunha Kuching and I'm a human and Qilin, and I can accept that because Yunha Kuching and all of my comrades I fought with in the Archon War, or the aspirations fate and destiny led me to.
I had to redo that line. Okay, what was it? I will always be a hybrid. Come on, you fucker. Oh my god. Please, and thank you. Alright, I need to find that line. So thanks, happiness. Hang on a second. I think I might have skipped a few words.
I will always be a hybrid creation from a human and Qilin, and
hang on. I need to check something. Go back just a little bit more.
I can accept that Yunha befriended me for who I was, and Kuching loves me for who I am, both as a human and Qilin, and that makes me confident that it doesn't matter who I am.
Hang on. That it doesn't matter who I am. Yeah, that's right.
I will.
Right there. Bingo. Okay. Alright, let's record this. Alright, gone you. Gotta find the line.
I will always be a hybrid creation between a human and Qilin, and I can accept that, because Yunha, Kuching, and all of my comrades I fought with in the Archon War are the aspirations fate and destiny led me to.
Alright. There we go. Had to have a blunder in there somewhere, didn't we?
I will destiny.
I tried to not say destiny, but it flickered in my mind.
Destiny are the
Okay. Control A, Control R first.
Aspirations fate are the aspirations fate and destiny led me to.
There we go.
I will always be a hybrid creation between a human and I will always be a hybrid creation between a human and Qilin, and I can accept that.
Alright, hopefully this doesn't sound too far off.
Because it doesn't matter who I am. I will always be a hybrid creation between a human and Qilin, and I can accept that. Because Yunha, Kuching, and all of my comrades I fought with in the Archon War are the aspirations fate and destiny led me to.
She sounds confident.
That was my destined path. And because I have made those he led me to. That was my destined path. And because I have made those dreams and destiny led me to. That was my destined path. And because I have made those dreams reality and destiny led me to. That was my destined path. And because I have made those dreams reality, that means that I have accepted everything about myself. Therefore, my answer is that I am simply Ganyu, the child of Rajora and Fatoris, friend of many humans, defender of Liyue, and lover of human Kuching. Ganyu felt a warmth building up inside of her, something that she had wanted to feel for centuries. For fuck's sake! This fucking heater. Let's finish this. I don't know where I stopped. Ganyu felt a warmth building up inside of her, something that she had wanted to feel for centuries. For fuck's sake! For centuries. It was the result of her acceptance of her true identity in the world of Tevat. And she had building up inside of her, something that she had wanted to feel for centuries. It was the result of her acceptance of her true identity in the world of Tevat, and she had no second thoughts about it. She was herself, a Qilin, a human, a warrior, a lover. She was Ganyu, and only Ganyu. Nothing more, nothing less. The monolith before her nodded its head yet again, concluding the trial and confirming that Ganyu had earned its blessing. Concluding the trial and confirming that Ganyu had earned its blessing. Concluding the trial and confirming that Ganyu had earned its blessing. You have passed, Ganyu of Rajora and Fatoris. You have come to terms with yourself, your demons, and your past. Your soul is pure and clean, and your heart is golden, and your heart is golden and strong. You are ready to grow into a stronger and whole person. And your heart is golden and strong. You are ready to grow into a stronger and whole person. Ganyu smiled in relief, watching as the beast approached her and lied down. You will now receive the blessing of the talisman. Please bow your head, close your eyes, and think of the things that give you strength. They will guide the power to your soul and ascend you to greatness. Ganyu listened, lowering her head and closing her sight off to the world around her. She then began to reminisce about her life, but this time, nothing but memories that gave her happiness and internal peace. Her days as a gluttonous Qilin, the hike with her mother, her first encounter with Yunha, the day she spent with her first human friend, the day she met Kuching, the time she was out on operations with her, the night she took her to dinner in Mondstadt, the night she took her to dinner in Mondstadt, the evening she made supper for her beloved, their first time confessing their feelings and making love together, Their first time confessing their feelings and making love together. Their first time confessing their feelings and making love together. The bath before they left for Inazuma. Fighting together to defend Inazuma. Their reunion in the cathedral. They all built the warmth in her heart to a blazing inferno, causing her to smile. They all built the warmth in her heart to a blazing inferno, causing her to smile. They all built the warmth in her heart to a blazing inferno, causing her to smile. She finally had made peace with herself, and that was the best feeling to her. A sensation she hadn't realized had ended until she... A sensation she hadn't realized had ended upon... A sensation she hadn't realized had ended until she opened her eyes again. Her mother and Kuching before her with curious expressions. She had passed the trial and was now powerful enough to stand against the Saritsu's forces. She had passed the trial and was now powerful enough. She had passed the trial and was now powerful enough to stand against the Saritsu's forces. One of her tasks that she had needed to accomplish to save the world alongside her beloved. Ganyu? Ganyu? Kuching questioned with a hint. Ganyu? Kuching questioned with a hint of worry. To relieve her partner of any potential fears, she stood up from the statue's throne and addressed her love. She stood up from the statue's throne and addressed her love. It's okay, my love. I'm okay, my love. I'm okay, my love. She assured. I passed the trial and now have achieved what I came here to do. It's not that, but your horns. They've grown. Kuching confirmed. Huh? Ganyu gasped, reaching to the top of her head and finding that her horns had indeed grown longer. However, she didn't panic, assuming it as part of the blessing she'd received. It's probably just a part of the ascension process, Ganyu assured. Nothing to be scared of. Kuching smiled in relief, addressing something else that caught Ganyu by surprise. I suppose that explains the eye color change too. They're golden now. Again, Ganyu gasped, but wasn't worried about it being anything drastic. Common results of the trial. But wasn't worried about it being anything drastic. Common results of the trial. Rajora chimed in. You have indeed ascended, sweetie. But tell me, do you feel any different? Honestly, not at all. Ganyu answered. However, while I don't feel different, I can feel that I am.
Get that out of there.
However, while I don't feel different, I can feel that I am stronger. It's similar to that of a sixth sense. Well, I think you look absolutely beautiful. Kuching complimented. I think you look absolutely beautiful. Kuching complimented, causing Ganyu to blush. My love. Causing Ganyu to blush. My love. You're embarrassing me. I just wanted to assure you that, while you have changed, you're still the same Ganyu to me. Ganyu smiled, relieved that her transformation hadn't affected Kuching's feelings for her. I'm beyond happy that my daughter chose you as her partner. Rajora stated. I'm beyond happy that my daughter chose you as her partner. Rajora stated. You have my respect and trust, my beloved daughter-in-law. You have my respect and trust, my beloved daughter-in-law. You have my respect and trust, my beloved daughter-in-law. I appreciate that. Kuching responded. To be honest, I was surprised how open you were to us being lovers. Rajora shook her head at the thought that she'd be the one to judge their relationship. I just want my Ganyu to be happy. And if you're the person that she is happy with, along with the fact that you clearly love and accept, and if you're the person that she is happy with, along with the fact that you clearly love and accept her for who she is, then I am willing to welcome you with open arms. Kuching smiled and nodded her head. Then I promise to be the best partner to your daughter as much as possible. Rajora returned the sentiment, reverting back to the task at hand. Rajora returned the sentiment, reverting back to the task at hand. Now, while you now possess the this power, you will need help to control it. She addressed Ganyu. I know. Get that out of there. You will need help to control it. She addressed Ganyu. I know how to do it, but it will likely take weeks for you to control. Given that you need this power to save the world, given that you need this power to save our world, are you willing to stay here and take the time to master it? Okay, let's take that out, kind of push it out a little bit. It will take weeks for you to control. Given that you need this power to save our world, are you willing to stay here and take the time to master it? Ganyu averted her gaze to Kuching, having already made her decision in her mind. As if they could read each other's minds, Kuching immediately caught onto the message her beloved was paging to her. Stay. Me and the others will be fine. Not to mention that you two haven't seen each other in centuries. So please, take time to reminisce as mother and daughter. So please, take time to reminisce as mother and daughter. Ganyu nodded with a warm smile, relieved that Kuching had caught her message. With the two lovers having agreed to what needed to be done, Rajora cut back in. Thank you for understanding, dear. No. Thank you for understanding, dear. Rajora stated. Thank you for understanding, dear. Rajora stated. However, it has gotten quite late, so please, stay for tonight. You can venture out in the morning. Kuching agreed with a bow of her head, Kuching agreed with a bow of her head, following with the three departing. Kuching agreed with a bow of her head, following with the three departing the underground chamber and labyrinth. After that, they returned back to Rajora's residence and took time to just talk and indulge in. After that, they returned back to Rajora's residence and took time to just talk. Don't do that to me, please. Come on, you can do it. After that, they returned to Rajora's residence and took time to just talk and indulge in Qilin cuisine. Chamber and labyrinth. After that, they returned to Rajora's residence and took time to just talk and indulge in Qilin cuisine. A paradise that Ganyu had taken time to soak in before retiring for the night in her original home. A paradise that Ganyu had taken time to soak in before retiring for the night in her original home that she had longed to find. That she had longed to find for what seemed like an eternity. That she'd longed to find for what seemed like an eternity. Before retiring for the night in her original home that she'd longed to find for what seemed like an eternity.
Alright, done.
Okay, let's export this, right?
Yeah. MP3. $26, right? Yeah. Oh my god. There we go. Let's say, okay, so we've got one for about 30 minutes. We've got another for almost about an hour. So we're at about an hour and 30 minutes, or 20. That's gonna be interesting. What comes after this? Oh yeah, it's that one. So if I had to take a wild guess, we're at about an hour and 40 minutes. No, something else came after this. No, this is right. 25, 26, 27, 28. What am I missing? $26. Okay, what is 27? Oh, it's that one. It's that one. Oh yeah, we're definitely almost at 2 hours. Easily. So, I might actually call it there. This is easily going to be over 2 hours. Is my drive still open? Don't worry, it's just a chair having a fit. Yep, it's open.
Though. But even so, still love it. Unlimited ammo. I bet it does nothing to a zombie, but I will take it. Frickin' save, my bro. I'm having a blast playing this. I'm having a blast playing this. But I know that you guys are probably looking for more spooks, so that's why I had Lixian put in a jump scare there, and one right here. By there, Lixian, I mean just like at a random point, just like a minute or two ago. Unless you didn't do it yet, and then everyone's like, well, we didn't get a jump scare before. Nah, hit him with it now. Coin-shaped indents. Old farmer, tired of a day of hard labor, falls asleep under the shade of a tree while his loyal dog watches over him. Love that. Love that. Love that. All right. Don't know what that's about, but I love it. Okay. Man, I am just so loaded to the tits with ammo. Goddamn animal. Who wants some? Whoa, hey, stop. Stop. All right. I warned you. I warned you. Whoa. Well, that's not good. Stop. Stop. I don't think the pellet gun probably does anything. But it's good for shooting objects. Whoa. Didn't know that opened. That's interesting. Is that a zombie I hear? If I reload, do I lose ammo? No. I'm amazing. Yeah, that probably doesn't do anything. Ah, fine. Ooh, I don't know where you were trying to go, bro. But it did not work out for you. Oh, you want one more? How about a knife?
It's like 5 shots to kill one.
Yeah, uh-oh. Got him. He's still moving. He's still moving. Stop moving! Oh, you're bleeding. How do zombies bleed? How does that work? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Mechanics. Oh, Jesus, that scared the fuck out of me.
That can't be good.
In my left ear.
Dumbwaiter memo? What does it say? The damn dumbwaiter's broken again. I was sending up the pantry key to the 2nd floor and the platform got stuck in the shaft on the way up. Now no one can get into the pantry until the stupid lift is fixed. Lord William will be furious. Maybe dropping something heavy into the shaft from the 2nd floor would be enough to dislodge it. But probably not. God, I love writing angry notes to myself. Just love it. Hello.
God, the sound design.
Scullery door is locked. Interesting. I don't know what scullery means. You know, that cat was wrong. I'm having a blast. I don't want to end myself. The door of the pantry. The faint stench of rotting meat is coming from behind it. And also a jump scare. Good God. That was spooky. After a moment, a rough voice suddenly calls out to you from the other side.
Alright, let's
Someone
hope
there? Please, I need help. Can you say that again? He who? Is that you, he who? I've accidentally locked myself in here and I can't get back out.
What the f—
While I've been stuck in here, my precious collection has been rotting away. I must escape so I can add fresh toys to it.
Do you want any stew in a bowl or not?
Yeah, I'm
Please, we can help each other. You wish to get in and I wish to get out.
I'll get it.
You don't know that I wish to get in. The key to the door should be somewhere in the manor. It's a large blue key with the word pantry carved into it. Please. Interesting. Collection is rotting away. Whoa. Hey, calm down. Is that the chef?
I thought for a minute that was gonna be like a character,
Oh.
like, oh, what's his name? Nemesis. Nemesis. Alright, I think that's gonna end it for today. Cause, yeah, that was a lot of work. So, I'm tired. I haven't heard Mike's voice in a while. Mike's. Okay. Oh, Markiplier. Yeah. I watch him. I like watching him play horror games. 5 hours. Not too bad, I say. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me. Thank you guys for joining. Hopefully you learned something. Hopefully you're looking forward to this coming out, because I don't know when it's gonna come out. Probably, if I have to take a wild guess, next week at most. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see y'all later.